That's why they get no love, man.
Hey, what's good? What's good? What it do,
What
baby?
is good on this Monday?
Nice little crew neck you got there, player.
Yeah, man. You know,
Player.
let me slide back so you guys can see what I'm doing out
Yeah.
here. What's up, big cuz?
Johnny, we see you in here. We're gonna have Masterpiece right there, dopeones.com or DLOandKC.com right there.
Donnie in the house.
Hope y'all had a great weekend. Welcome in. Yeah. Sorry, brother. It is a 49ers Monday, win or lose.
Oh, my gosh.
Win or lose. Win, lose, or embarrassment. Yeah. Oh.
Let me handle that. Let me handle that.
I'm in just a couple seconds, Donnie. Oh, yeah, they ready for the 13th round today.
Big time, man. It was a big time fight on Saturday. And that's what I'm talking about. That's all I really want. I just want to see the events come back, man. And they came back that day.
All right.
All right. Let's put this up here.
We hope you had a wonderful weekend, and we welcome you in here to the Monday, November 8th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And no air horns, no Drake flows, man. Not quite the sports weekend we would hope for. But yes, indeed, it is a 49ers Monday brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at 1-866-GO-CITY6. I would strongly advise the 49ers to refinance.
Oh,
do something, freaking anything, because what happened yesterday was all bad. We'll get to that as the day goes on. Of course, it's Monday. We're going to overreact to some things. I know you're upset. Stay with me. Well, the bad news is
part one. Everything they've been doing is all bad.
We have really got to get you out of those early 2000s references. We just maybe give you a little software upgrade.
Oh, it's a classic.
It is a classic, but the things are bleak, and I'm not talking. That's an early for someone who hates the early 2000s.
I heard a couple of songs over the weekend from the early 2000s. Just reminded me.
If you drop it, this is why I'm hot. I'm leaving.
It was at that time did not. It was rough. It was rough, man. I heard a couple of songs like, yeah. Anyway.
No good. The early 2000s were the Kings' execution there in the fourth quarter of that game versus the Pacers. A weird weekend. And I just knew because, it's all about D-Lo and KC, right?
Always.
It's all about us. It's all about ESPN 1320. It's all about what we got to do. Mm-hmm. And when they laid the smackdown on Friday night on the Charlotte Hornets by 30, putting up 140, Rashawn going 2020. I was like, they going to lose Sunday, aren't they? They going to lose Sunday just to make our life more difficult. Because really, could you imagine the Heat if they had come out with that win on Friday and in the win last night? Boy, we might do an 8-hour show today. We'd be flaming. we'd be on it. But yeah, they scored 50 less points, or just about 50 less points from Friday to Saturday. Got 50 points. From Friday to Sunday, they lost 50 along the way there somewhere, KC. And, I'm watching that game, and I thought, when the Kings had pulled back into that game, when the Kings took the lead, my big take on today was going to be this is going to be the Kings' biggest win of the season. Not because of who the Indiana Pacers are. Not at all because of that. But because this would be the exclamation point on this team being different. It would be the exclamation point on they're down, they're double digits. They fight back, they go back down again. They fight back, they go back down. They're fighting, and then finally, at the end, the hero takes out the villain. But that was not to be the case, as their final 2 offensive possessions weren't the best. We'll go over those in detail, as we will so many things about your Sacramento Kings. But here we are, KC. They split the weekend.
Yeah, 1-1 on the weekend. I'll start big picture. Big picture on Friday night, Saturday morning, whatever the case may be. You know, you look at it in its totality, and you say, "Yeah, 4-game homestand. Give me 3-1. I'll be happy." And at the reality of it all, I said this to myself because I talk to myself because I'm the only child. That's what we do. And Jazz and Reese don't want to hear anything I have to say about sports. But I don't really care which one they get, you know, whether it's the Pacers game or the Suns game. Pacers game would be a lot more comfortable because then you can get greedy and be like, we can go 4-0 on this trip, whatever. But on Tuesday morning, if they go 3-1 in this 4-game homestand, that's great. And that's still in play, right? That's still in play. But yesterday was frustrating because, once again, it was another one that was on the table for you. It was another one that you were capable of winning. You had every opportunity to win, and you let it slip through their hands. And I know we're going to talk a lot about the last couple of possessions. We're going to talk about the way they didn't shoot the ball particularly well. But in my opinion, this game was lost in the first 5 minutes of the second half. You go into the half down 5. It balloons to 13 within 2 minutes. And for the most part in the third quarter, it stayed around that 9 to 13 range. And you had to expend a lot of energy to get back and eventually take the lead, which they did. They get credit for that. But it didn't have to be that. Like, if you would have came out, they just didn't come out ready to play out of the half. They were a step slow. They were lethargic. And Indiana took advantage of that. And I'm not going to say that's the only reason why they lost, but that was a moment that I point to, like, man, come on, that's where you gotta step on the gas and see if you can take that. You cut it down to 5 at the half, come out hot and try and get it from 5 to a 1-point lead for you or something like that. And they did the exact opposite.
And one of the many frustrating elements to yesterday's Pacers game is I feel like it was like, it's the line deja vu all over again. I feel like we've seen that. We've seen that game. We've seen that outcome. We've seen that storyline play out numerous times this year. Now, I think the one difference, and I guess it's a big difference, but the one difference is Indiana's not a particularly good team. They've got a lot they're trying to figure out. You know, when they got the game in the way that they did on Friday, as cynical as I was thinking they're going to lose on Sunday, and it's just going to, could we have flip-flopped these? Could you have had the bummer on Friday and then the big offensive outing on Sunday just for us, just for D'Lo and Casey, just to make Monday a little bit more fun? But in reality, like, looking at the Pacers and you're like, thinking, man, this team could very well, like, they could get both of these. Like, they haven't struggled too much against teams that, you know, again, with all due respect, aren't very good. You know, this game looked a lot like the Dallas game. The Pacers game looked a lot like the Dallas game. Right. Dallas, at least record-wise now, they're better than the Pacers are. And they also have a definitive guy who will cut you. I don't know, the Pacers didn't have that. It turned into I'll take Luka hitting a logo 3 to beat us, as much as that may suck, over TJ freaking McConnell cooking De'Aaron Fox for 12, well, not 12 straight minutes, but for an entire fourth quarter.
Yeah, that's not a good look. I'm gonna get to that real quick, but it didn't go in because it wasn't on the highlights. But you see that boy TJ drop Halliburton?
I wasn't gonna bring it up. I wasn't gonna bring it up, but
I had to rewind it. Like, did he trip? No, he rolled them ankles, man. That was nasty. But TJ McConnell 100% outplayed De'Aaron Fox in that fourth quarter. And that was a problem. That was a problem, to say the least. And this is what I need to stop hearing at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I need to stop hearing how early it is. And I need to stop hearing he'll be fine. He might just be fine. He might be fine. I'm not saying that's not a scenario, but I don't see a sense of urgency from anybody. Once again, not saying to trade him or anything like that, but, and I don't expect Luke to say anything to the public that would, throw De'Aaron under the bus. But I'm kind of over the, oh yeah, we'll be fine. It's early. He'll be fine. Everything will be good. He's not fine right now. He's not fine right now. And I know he's kind of lackadaisical with it. I know I'm not playing good, like he's just kind of chill with it. And I kind of wish people would stop doing that. I wish he would stop doing that.
He did play well Friday.
Not.
I mean, he played well Friday.
He played well on Friday. He played well.
I'm just trying to be fair. Like, he played well. Like, everything clicked for the entire team on Friday, but that includes De'Aaron Fox. I think there'd be something really, really concerning if, like, every player on the team balls out, and I think the team shot like 55% on Friday, 50% from three, but then there's, De'Aaron still not getting it done. Like, he was a part of that. He played well on Friday.
Is it fair for me to get greedy with De'Aaron a little bit? Is it fair?
Right now, no, it's not. It's not. It's not fair. Not right now.
We can get, that's right. I was gonna say, if I'm getting greedy, De'Aaron, the way Charlotte played, and the way they play defense, De'Aaron should have had 30 that night. That's what I would have been looking for. Not to say he didn't.
But he didn't have to. He didn't have to, though. He didn't have to.
It wasn't even about having to. Like, you should have. Buddy Hield didn't have to.
Come on, man. But that was in the flow of the game. Like, I thought De'Aaron was fine. You are being greedy.
Too. I thought he was fine too.
He didn't. Hey, your man shot perfect from the free throw line, if I remember correctly.
He did. It was 7-7 from the free throw line.
Okay, then. Now, yesterday went to hell, but like, and I guess maybe that's the greater frustration in all of this. Like, the team played really well. Like, team completely overachieved on Friday. You played well with them. Like, cool. Not so much on Sunday. Well, maybe you grab this team and throw it on your back. Maybe you grab this team and throw them on your back, and you take them to the finish line in a game that was very much within reach for them in the final couple of minutes. And I'll tell you, I apologize, but this is a safe place, and I'm just being transparent.
Mm-hmm.
I did not want that ball in his hands in the final few minutes, particularly the final 90 seconds. Davion had a drive, like, I guess floater, you'd call it, like in back rimmed, popped off. Didn't think it wasn't a terrible shot. De'Aaron gets the ball on the inbounds pass, and he kind of goes to work. He creates some space, little pop back from the free throw line, and misses. And I remember, like, I don't want this. I don't want the ball in his hands. And then in that final possession, I was like, I'm good. I'm good on De'Aaron. Get the ball to Harrison Barnes. And Harrison inbounds it. That's the Tyrese play, Harrison to Tyrese, which I was fine with. Tyrese was killing it in the third quarter. You talk about looking for a closer, looking for a leader. Tyrese was the guy in the fourth quarter against the Pacers. 100%. I think he miscalculated one shot. I don't think there was no one. They didn't know what to do. Like, the pass goes into Harrison, goes right back. The defense is calling something out. There's nobody around him. And I think he kind of rushed it. He probably could have stepped in. And I get, in the moment, you don't know this. He's going to look back at the film and see there ain't nobody there. They're calling out switch. They're calling out different things, and he's going into the shot.
I'm only laughing because the slow-mo replay was Carlton.
Oh,
it was, the three.
Oh, and I watched the Pacers broadcast this morning. They knew right away. They were like, "Oh, that's left. That's left." And
I
sure
didn't.
enough,
I
it
didn't.
didn't work out.
I didn't have a problem with the shot. With the
I didn't
play
either.
call or the options.
Nope.
Or Harrison was number
Nope.
one. That was a good look to come get it and get it back to.
I don't think
Halliburton.
Harrison was number one. I think Tyrese was number one.
No, Harrison was number one. They denied the mess out of him. Yeah,
You
they
think
denied.
so?
Yeah, absolutely denied the
Let's
mess out
talk
of
more
him.
about that.
Yeah.
Let's talk more about that. You'll hear from De'Aaron Fox. You'll hear from Luke Walton. We want to hear from you as well. 916-349-1320. It is a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating and Air and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. We'll deal with them and what they did later. But we're going to continue to talk Kings basketball. We're with you for the next 4 hours on Sacramento's number one sports station, ESPN 1320. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got Casey clean.
And vice versa.
Check the radio feed. See how it sounds on the radio too. That's weird. Nope. No Drake bars for Friday.
Nah, man. People been asking about that. And I understand why people want that. Maybe there's something we could find out in the future. But today, no, man, they ruined the whole mood. Yesterday was a terrible Sunday for sports.
It was. My camera's driving me nuts, man. I cannot figure out what's going on here. It's driving me crazy. Y'all have a good weekend? What y'all do this weekend?
Hold on 1 second, guys.
Kings should be worried they're going to run out of gas by the All-Star break. 8-9-man rotation is rough on guys. Yeah, that's definitely. Hey, shout out Jackson Wrigley. We see you. Jackson Wrigley with the first ever purchase of the OK Drake Flow shirt.
Shout out Jackson Wrigley.
All it took was for me to drop the price to $20 and a 30% off sale. All it took was for me to pay for it. That's essentially what happened. I had to pay for the shirt. That's all it took.
That's my guy right there. That's my guy, Jackson.
I'm with it. Okay, Drake Flow. We did sell one other. We did sell one other one. That's a good look too. There you go, Bryce. Good stuff.
All right.
Yeah, Edgar. I hear you for sure. Yeah, I hear you. I don't know what to say about De'Aaron.
Yeah, he's
I better come up with something considering what we do for a living, but
yeah, he's not. It's not good enough right now. It's just not good enough at all. He's got to play better. There's got to be a sense of urgency. There's nothing wrong with a sense of urgency. I know everybody wants to be cool and think they always got everything under control. But to me, there's nothing wrong with saying like it's just unacceptable. I'm pissed off that I'm not playing well.
Hey, Wet Blanket Steven put his picture up. Now you could see him.
Never even knew.
That's good. Right on, Steven.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
I always respect somebody that puts their face on the things that they're saying.
I mean, you can ride with that, coach. He was asked that question. He said no.
Nah, it ain't that.
I mean, I
don't
know.
think that's affecting him at all.
I don't know. Yeah, that was a rough one all around too for the Pack. That was a rough one for the Packers. That was a rough one for the Chiefs. That was a rough one for Jordan Love. That was a rough one for Andy Reid. That's a game where it's like, okay, Chiefs got one in the win column, but nobody's walking away happy. Oh Lord. Oh goodness gracious.
Oh my gosh.
I told him out the gate. I was like, Dave, I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know. But he sent me the direction, and I was like, okay, wait a minute. That could work. So Dave's doing his thing.
I'm almost certain with knowing where he went with this, and I see what I understand what he's talking about, but
yeah,
I'm gonna just say it like this: if it ever gets back to Harrison, I ain't had nothing to do with this, bro.
No,
this is all the chatty house. This is all the fans.
Yep.
I ain't nothing to do with it, Harrison.
Yeah. Yo, big facts, B. Big facts. I did get the Falcons though. I had to go out on a couple. I got the Falcons.
Yeah, I see what Jesse's trying to do, man. It ain't happening, though, man. It ain't happening. Ain't no Drake bars today. You know, I got some in the tuck, but no, I'm just in a bad mood. I'm in a bad mood for a number of reasons. Number one, Kings lost. Number two, 49ers lost. But even when they lose, it's still 49ers Monday. And it's brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. People were asking yesterday. They were like, yo, man, we got to get some Drake bars because what we saw on Friday, they won by 30. We got to get some Drake bars. I said, no, man, they gotta win on a Sunday. They gotta win before I get on the air.
I mean, a real one would have dropped them Friday night with the Sacramento Splash. I mean, a real one would have.
I know. I missed my Sacramento Splash too because I went to the game on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I got home. The whole house was asleep when I got home. You know, I get a little loud with the Sacramento Splash. You know what I mean? And I didn't want to wake nobody up.
You get a little loud. Period. This is a good question from Terrence. No Drake bars, but I know conspicuous by its absence in the rundown is Flip. We got Flipside?
Yeah, Flipside was in the rundown.
Oh, is it? Okay. I missed it.
It's just not in bold print.
Okay.
I've got some
I've
got some news when it comes to Flipside. We'll talk about it when we get there. Yeah, I got some news.
Oh, there it is. Way down there later in the show. Just
got some news when it comes to Flipside. 49ers won't be happy about this.
Oh, I see. Okay. I'm trying to figure out you all right? Okay.
No, okay. I'm not all right. I've talked about it before, but come on, man. This is one of the most disappointing seasons in the last 20 years when it comes to
indeed it is
49ers football. Just disappointing and terrible.
Yeah, indeed it is, and we'll deal with that nonsense coming up later. We were talking, and I don't want to leave this out there. You thought the first play you thought the final play was for Harrison and not a design to go back to Tyrese?
Yeah, I thought that Tyrese was the second option there. I thought Harrison was the first option.
Okay.
That was just my interpretation of the situation.
I thought it looked like one of those plays like it was always meant to go back to him. That's just I can completely be off, but that was my impression. Mainly because it went back to him so quick.
Yeah, I mean, and that was just I think that was the second option. That's it. Okay. That's just how I read it. You know, I don't think Luke said anything about it. I may have. I didn't see his press conference yesterday, so I'm not sure if he said anything about it. But it looked like they were trying to get it to Harrison and let him rock, and they denied him. I think they doubled him on the inbounds, and Sean came up as a safety valve to get it right back to him. Mm-hmm. And it was actually a good little second option. They had a lot going on, like you mentioned. He didn't necessarily have to take that shot that deep or that quick, but you know that's the look that he thought he had.
Yeah,
the way he was playing in that fourth quarter, I don't have a huge problem with it. It didn't go. He's hit shots from way back there before too, so it's not even like it's out of his range. It just didn't come out of his hands right.
Yeah, he was off, just way off. That you know what the killer is too. That was the Pacers' first road win this season.
Yeah,
they're 1-5. Like you don't want that. You don't want that, man.
The Pacers, and this is just the NBA today. This is just the NBA when I say this, but the Pacers aren't a good team, but they're not just horrible. Like, they have guys on that team that I like. Sabonis, Turner, Karis LeVert. He gets buckets, man. TJ McConnell, who gave it to De'Aaron Fox in the fourth quarter. He's a nice little player. You know what I mean? I don't think the Pacers are going to make the playoffs. I don't think they're going to have a good record. But they have guys that if you let them hang around or you give them confidence, they can hold on. Holiday, I like Holiday. Duarte is a good rookie. They got some good ball players, but that's the NBA in general right now. I can't think of anybody outside of maybe the Thunder that doesn't have talent on their roster. You know what I mean? And the Thunder, they've got SGA. I like Lou Dort. After that, I know people like Giddey. I haven't really seen enough of Giddey so far to have an accurate assessment of him. But Indiana's they got some ball players, man. And if you let them hang around and get some confidence, they can hurt you. And that's what happened yesterday.
I can't lie. I was a little frustrated with our man Mark Jones yesterday when he said Gerald LeVert. He was talking about the relationship between Karis and Gerald, and he said Gerald LeVert was in the OJs. He starts naming off all these OJs records. I was screaming at the television. I was very upset that he dropped that piece of cultural knowledge when it was actually his dad, Eddie, that was in the OJs. And then the group was LeVert. That was Eddie, Gerald, and the LeVert everybody forgets about. I can't remember who it was. Yeah, there's a third LeVert. But I didn't tweet it.
Yeah, because we ain't gonna put my
Mark.
Yeah, we ain't gonna put my man Mark.
No, Mark. It's Eddie. Mark. I wanted him. Eddie. No, Mark.
Better
don't drop a cultural piece of info like that. You gotta get him with it.
Better R&B family, the LeVerts or the DeBarges? It's tough, right? It's tough.
LeVert. I gotta go LeVert. Because the OJs kind of put it over the top.
Okay. I think that's the right answer too.
Because I mean,
and I'm not even like deep into their library, but I know what Gerald did, and they did a little bit more than the DeBarges.
They got some. There's probably still 10 DeBarges in music right now. Yeah. I mean, when Chico dropped the album back in like the late 90s. Oh my God.
No guarantees. Y'all don't know about that. Y'all don't know what he got up with my boy Joe. Y'all don't know about that.
You was 13 years old listening to that record. Like, what you talking about?
Yeah. It's funny you say that because I talk about this with the Queen Bee all the time. There are some songs that come on that I know I was no older than 11. And I knew all the words. Probably shouldn't. The things they were talking about. You know that song? Who was the guy group? But the girl group in it was Subway. Or maybe that's
702 and Subway?
Yeah. Let's play this game we play. Yeah. Bam, that was like 92. I was 9. And that was my song. It was 93. And I was like, what am I doing knowing all the words? And what are they doing singing it? They were like, 702 was probably like 15, 16
we
years
used
old.
to belt out a song that goes, let me lick you up and down. Like, what are you talking like that? You're worried about this little game we play. And there used to be a track called Freak Me. Number one record on the radio.
Tell me I didn't know all the words to that song. As my boy would say, did I know all the words of that song?
You tell me. You tell me.
Come on, man. That was my cut. Yeah, so
I think Freak Me is like the equivalent. You know how a certain group of people have that Neil Diamond record that they sing at all the sporting events?
Is that Sweet Caroline?
Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah. I think if you drop like Freak Me in a certain crowd, I think you'd get the same response. So or like Tevin Campbell. Like maybe it's Can We Talk? Maybe Can We Talk is the Sweet Caroline equivalent.
The answer to that question, because we'll get back to the Kings and the 49ers. We got 4 hours, but this is important.
Shot clock went off, huh?
No, this is important. I'm taking a shot clock violation here. So in Europe, in England, like maybe it's for soccer matches, I don't know, but for boxing matches, they swing Sweet Caroline. They do it in these stadiums, and there's like
I don't get it.
50,000 people in there all singing Sweet Caroline. And I asked the question to Jazz one time, and I said, what would be the culture's version of Sweet Caroline? The first thing that came to my mind was, and I don't know, this might be a little young for you, Damon. I'm not calling you old, but I'm just saying, I think it might be Dreams and Nightmares. That might be the equivalent. See, that's what I'm saying. You're shaking your head like it, but I'm telling Google or do anything when Dreams and Nightmares come on. I'm just telling you. But
you're telling me a crowd of people is going to rock lyric for lyric with that song.
I'll put it to you like this. If they play Dreams and Nightmare at Gervonta Davis fight, yes. Now, but here's the thing. The answer to that question is not Tevin Campbell. It's not anything you said. The answer to that question is Before I Let You Go. That's the one. What do you Damon? No. The one the Beyonce redid. Maybe not her version, but the original. Before I Let You Go. That's the song. Everybody knows that song.
Everybody, huh?
Damien. You just lie to me and say you do. Well, first of all, I know you do. But just lie to me and tell me you do.
But that's the one?
That's the one. That's 100% the one.
Okay.
You make me happy. Who sings the song? Who sings the Frankie Beverly and Maze? Thank you. That's the one. That is absolutely the one that they played in a culture event. 100%.
Okay. Whatever you say, boss. Whatever you say, boss.
What? Thank you, LJ Fighter. Thank you.
Is it too late to call in sick? Danny, I'm not feeling well. I got a case of my partner's lost his mind.
Who? Tony. Are you serious?
Hey, Tony's right. You tripping. That's what for those who are listening on the radio, there's a message.
Dope One's tripping too? Dope One's tripping too, saying 1,000%?
He's probably been up all night. He probably ain't been to sleep in 3 days. He'd be probably putting together a Frankie Bays and Beverly graphic right now. All right, whatever it may be. I don't know a single word to Sweet Caroline other than bum, bum, bum. And people get really, really excited.
Yeah.
That record. And being in Connecticut, being in the Northeast, when that song, bruh.
Yeah, that's that Boston style.
I don't know.
Listen, I'm from a different culture.
They like it. If they like it, I love it.
Sister Sledge, that's not a bad call.
Which song?
We are family.
That is a great song.
You know what it is? Cool in the Gang. Everybody plays Cool in the Gang. That's the record everybody plays. Everybody plays Cool in the Gang. There was no Cool in the Gang being played last night at the Golden One Center, and there's no Drake bars here this morning on D-Lo and KC.
They do play Charlie Wilson and the Gap Band. Like when they win or they hit a big shot.
No. Yeah. You dropped a bomb.
I love when they do that.
Yeah, that's not bad. You dropped a bomb on me is Titans for sure. Kings back to 500 now after briefly creeping above it on Friday, thinking, 6-4 when we get back Monday. Let's go. But here we are, 5-5 through the first 10 games of the season. And this is the James Hamm barometer, right? 10 games. Probably check with James, see if he wants to come on and talk today. But that's the barometer, 10 games in. There's a lot to love, a lot to be frustrated with. I mean, how you feel 10 games in?
Well, I did 20 games in, and I separated them between 10 and 10. And according to my original prediction, they're one game better. I thought they'd be 4-6 after 10. So I think it was the Phoenix game that they stole that
speaking of, I want to go ahead and get another one tonight.
I'm gonna need that.
Lightning can strike twice. Go ahead and
I'm gonna need that. And I think I was conservative, very conservative here when it comes to basketball, at least, and the Kings. And I thought maybe that the Hornets would get them. So I think those are the two games that they got that they didn't get. I thought they would beat the Pacers. So, it all evens out. 5-5 after 10 isn't bad.
All due respect to Luke Walton, who we spent some time on Friday going, that Charlotte's going to try to run. Your best bet, like don't get wrapped up in playing their game. Like you're going to have to do something on the defensive end. What, 30 minutes after the show ends? Oh yeah, they want to run. Let's go. That's Luke in the post-game press conference or in the pregame media availability. Like, yeah, they want to run. We'll run. Shoot, come on, let's go. We welcome it. Bring it on. And
they welcomed it and beat the brakes off them with
it. They can pretend like they didn't. They owed them one. They owed them. And just to be clear, you actually owe them two. Because they got you ass twice in very similar fashion last year. So I'm glad they were able to get the first one. But yeah, and we'll talk more about this later. Rashawn Holmes. I'm a Rashawn Holmes guy. 23-20.
Wow.
Man, 5 offensive rebounds for Rashawn Holmes on Friday. Again, everything worked for the Sacramento Kings on Friday. Like everything clicked for them in a way that I don't remember the last time we seen things work that well for a team.
That was a hell of a performance by that team on Friday night. You even had Buddy who's 22 threes.
Mm-hmm.
You had Buddy who was cooking in his own right, making, and he's done this all year long, so I don't want to be like it's super surprising, but making these unselfish plays to get somebody else a three to keep the momentum going. It got I was there on Friday. It got a little antsy when it got down, I think, to 13 early in the fourth. But the Kings just said, we're not having any of this. Like they came down, got a stop, hit 2 threes, got it up to 19, and that was all she wrote at that point. And that was a performance in the way they handled that game that had me feeling like, this is different this year. I still believe that. Ain't nothing changed after yesterday. It is different this year. I was talking to you before the game, talking to you and Jesse. I mean, this team they are different. I think they're a De'Aaron Fox away from being good. Like if De'Aaron Fox was who was playing the way we think he should play or hoped he would play, I'll say it. I'm not afraid to say it. I think we could be talking about battling for the playoffs. Ain't no play-in situation. This could be a top 6 team if De'Aaron was at 25-7 like he was last year. I don't know if that's coming back this year, but this is a good team. The Kings are a good, solid team. They're not great. They got flaws or whatever the case may be, but they're a good, solid team for sure.
I think that's I don't know if that's the great thing or the frustrating thing. The great thing or the maddening thing about this season so far is the fact that, like, yeah, they're good. Like, yeah, they're playing well. They're playing. Man, they're missing a really big piece. Not missing like he's hurt.
Mm-hmm.
He's there. He's just not. He's not doing the things that you hoped he would do. And it's not even, what you talk about the 25-7, 25-8. Absolutely. Sign up for that in a heartbeat. I'll scale it down just a little bit and say, we need someone to take over in crunch time.
Mm-hmm.
We need someone who in those, final handful of minutes in a close game who can take this team to victory, who can make the plays that this team desperately needs. If you can't make plays for the first 45 minutes of the game, I don't care. Can you make plays those final 3? De'Aaron Fox was Mr. Fourth Quarter last year.
Yeah.
Man, if all else the same, but you give me back Mr. Fourth Quarter, this team's probably in a slightly different spot. Because last night was really the first time. I know everyone says, if De'Aaron does what he's supposed to be do, this team's 7-3 right now. This team's 8-2. This team's 10-0 if De'Aaron's doing what he's supposed to be doing. last night was the first one that I really, as that game came down to the final 90 seconds or so, that I looked at like, this is where like they needed De'Aaron here, because it went from Davion to De'Aaron to Tyrese, and it's like that. What's the line? If you got two starting quarterbacks, you don't have any.
Right.
If you got 3 or 4 guys trying to close the game, you ain't got one.
No.
And that's what we saw. You thought that play was for Harrison? Fine. Tyrese took the shot. You got that one. You got the Davion little floater. Then you got the De'Aaron free throw. Like, it was just a whole – everybody gets a shot at trying to win this damn game for us, and nobody could do it.
And this is where I'll disagree with you a little bit, Damian. I understand your sentiment and your feeling. I would have gone back to De'Aaron. And I would have gone to him with the thought of, like, it's not going to happen the way it can happen if he's not who we think he should be. Right? So you got to ride with that. You got to ride with that. And if that means he's not hitting shots or he can't close it out right now, at least you got to ride with that. But he's got to be the guy. He's got to be the guy to take those shots. Now, even with saying that, I don't have a problem, especially with the way he was playing. I don't have a problem with Tyrese taking that final shot. I don't have a problem with them, in my eyes, running the final play for Harrison Barnes. But if it went to De'Aaron, I'd be like, all right, it's time to go. It's time to go. Come on.
Well,
the one he had before, like, I'm okay with it. He missed the shot. But I'm okay with giving him that opportunity.
He had the space. He created the space too. It's not like it was he created it. His speed, his work there on the offensive end created it. He stepped back. The shot was there. It just it did what his shots have been doing. Short, long, left, right. It's all over the place.
Yeah, and there's just a drop. There's just and I know it's not in his nature or whatever the case may be. I get it, but I don't know. There's just a lack of intensity that I wish was there on his part. And that doesn't mean he doesn't care or nothing like that, but I would feel there's just a lack of intensity that I'd feel better with if he had it.
Here's De'Aaron last night talking about his overall feeling about where the team is at.
I mean, I think it's decent. Like I said, we've had a couple games that we feel like we should have won. But, you don't want to get to the end of the season and look at the schedule and think like that. So for us, it's just really about finishing games. I think we have to do a better job.
Finishing games. I'm with him on that. Here's more from De'Aaron Fox on what the team has done well and what they need to improve.
I mean, the fight, I think we've been able to get a ton of deflections, a ton of steals. When we're playing our pace and we're playing our game, I think we're at the advantage. But I think some of the games we just haven't finished so far.
Remember when De'Aaron used to be happy? I don't feel like De'Aaron's happy, man. I don't know if it's because of his. I don't even know that it's because of his struggle. It's like I feel like he's been in a funk all year. He legitimately, we joke about it. I think De'Aaron has lost his smile.
I think so too.
I think De'Aaron has legitimately lost his smile.
He's
hugging Vince McMahon and Gorilla Monsoon in the ring right now. Like it's just it's off.
There's a I don't know. No, Garrett Cole. I don't know where exactly how to say this, but he's plays different than he did from his freshman year in Kentucky to maybe his second year in the NBA. There was a level of fire, intensity, and joy that he played with that he doesn't play with anymore. Like everything is just like he's just kind of cool. Like he never gets up or down about anything. And that's fine, I guess. But the Fox that I fell in love with was the guy that I saw at Kentucky and the guy that I saw get the tip dunk on Bogey in Miami his rookie year and some of the things he was doing his second year with Jaeger. He's just not that anymore. He's just kind of He's just kind of like real even keel. And if he's making better shot, if he's making more shots, maybe we're not even having this conversation. But in fact, I know we're not having this conversation, so I can understand that. But
the conversation would be how De'Aaron morphed into Kawhi Leonard. Right? He doesn't say anything, but he's getting the job done on the floor. Now it doesn't feel like he's saying anything. And again, De'Aaron's not terrible. Like, it's not like he's trash. It's not like you're looking at him going, oh, man. It's just we had expectations. We believe he's the best player on the team right now. I don't know if he's even the best guard. He might be the fourth best guard on the team right now.
Well, let's calm down. Let's calm down a little bit.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Just relax.
You can make an argument he's the fourth best guard on the team right now. We'll come back.
Let's talk about that. Relax a little bit.
I didn't say I'd make it. I'm just saying you could make the argument. We'll come back. We're getting text messages. I think some people want to jump on with us. Jason Jones is going to join us.
Yes.
Question mark. He'll be with us in the 3 o'clock hour. So lots more ahead here. We'll talk 49ers football as well as 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore right here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We'll go ahead and just get to all these breaks late today, man. Jesus.
Roddy. Okay.
I knew that, and I have that freaking email open and didn't write it in here. Okay.
Roddy, I don't like licorice. So, no. Licorice is actually disgusting. No, they're terrible. Disagree with you, Jesse. Licorice is trash. Lemon Oreos, once again, y'all thought I was on an island. Y'all saw the people out there coming out there like, yo, Casey is right about lemon Oreos and joints is fire. Just saying. I'm just saying.
I didn't see none of those tweets.
I'm just saying they were out there. I was like, yeah, man, them lemon Oreos go hard.
I forget. Like, what do you have? James, you want to have James on this week after games, day of games? He's down to jump on today.
We can come on today. I mean, we can get into it.
Want to do 2?
Mm-hmm. That's good. That's good. Yeah, man. Yeah, Damien, you disappointed me. I thought you would be all in on that Frankie Beverly Maze. That's the one. That's the one.
I don't think it's the one. It's fine.
It's the one. The other one, somebody mentioned it in here. Come back in here if you're still with us. But Poison would be pretty big too.
As long as you hit the "It's driving me out of my."
That's the one that would be pretty big. But yeah, Frankie Beverly and Maze covers like 50 years of people, especially since Beyonce came and did the remake. Like there's 23-year-olds who would be singing to that song too. It would go from 60 to 23-year-olds. Outstanding is a good one too. I don't know if that one would hit the same way, but that's one of my favorite songs. I love Outstanding. Yeah, Cole, that's I agree. That's the one. Mm-hmm.
Girl, you knock me out.
That's I love that song. I love Outstanding.
I remember Shaq used it.
For what?
And he did a song called "I'm Outstanding."
Oh yeah, he did do "I'm Outstanding."
I mean, that album was kind of heat though.
Is that the same one that had "You Can't Stop the Rain"?
Mm-mm. It was his first one with "I Know I Got Skills, Man." I know I got skills, man.
That one was cool. "You Can't Stop the Rain" had that song, or I don't know if that was the name of the album, but it had that song, and it had you remember when I like playing on the east side? That was kind of big too. I like playing on the west right, even though I miss playing on the east side.
Yeah, that was woo!
That got some spins.
That was club heat. Yeah,
that got some spins.
that was club heat. Did the house party theme. Oh yeah. Yeah. House Party introduced me to that song. Okay.
Oh, Odyssey hating on me? Wow. The disrespect.
That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be right there. That's it's me. It's me.
It was me all along, Austin.
Now y'all are just being, I mean, yes, but no.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, yes, but no.
Yeah.
I still think it's Tevin Campbell.
No.
Some block mods, block Manny. See, now y'all.
Sherrill knows. Yo, I tell you, this thing is taking a life of their own.
He's just out here naming records right now.
Man.
It's D'Lo and KC. Unless you're on the Odyssey app, then it's just D'Lo. You know what it is. Apparently,
disrespect.
Apparently, there's an audio issue with Kenny, but only on Odyssey, not on 1320 AM, not on Twitch, not on YouTube. So congratulations, Odyssey. You get the show the way it was meant to be. With me.
Well, the thing that they'll be missing out on, which they don't want to miss out, is they need to know that 49ers Monday is brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com.
Did nobody on the Odyssey app hear none of that?
Well, they need to figure out a way to hear that.
They need to figure out a way. They need to come join the chatty house over, and we love Odyssey, but Kenny is a very important part of the show. That's why the show is called D'Lo and KC. That's very much an important aspect of what we do.
That's an astute point.
It's if you don't want to sit in silence for about half the program, head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Of course, you can go to 1320 AM, or you can hang tight. Our engineers are working on that issue with the Odyssey app right now.
But the whole thing that Damian was talking about was over the break. We dove a little bit more into what would be the culture's Sweet Caroline. And to me, it's only about this is like championship guys. How I was like, there's 10, and you're like, no, I don't even think there's that. There's like 4 or 5. I think there's only like 4 or 5 songs max that you could say.
Yeah, but now look
to 60, everybody would know.
Now the Humpty Dance has made an appearance. Now, like we've got Summertime, which is in fact, Summertime is not by Will Smith. It's by DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. Come on now.
Good point. Yeah,
we got Mary Jane. We've got
Mary Jane. I mean, look, like I said, well, first of all, sorry, Damian. With all due respect, Tevin Campbell it's not even an honorable mention. Tevin Campbell is
okay. You're being ridiculous right now. This is why you've been muted on Odyssey. Odyssey heard this and was like, you know what? Just
it's not even an honorable mention. Bryce, you're my guy. Thriller is nowhere near on this list. Like Thriller has no idea.
We got to cut this off because y'all just out here naming records. Like the dope one's going through his album collection, trying to figure out.
It can be. Nah, I don't think it's on the list either. It is now. Once again, this doesn't reach the demographic of 45 plus. But I'll tell you right now, from 45 to 19, you put Dreams and Nightmares out here, it goes crazy. I'm just telling you, Dreams and Nightmare go from 45 to 19. Dreams and Nightmares is in the conversation. But the answer is, before I let you go, Frankie Beverly and Maze.
No, it isn't. That's not the answer. I guarantee it's not the answer. I believe the answer is Can We Talk? I don't even know what started all of this.
No, Can We Talk it's not even ranked. We have a top 25. It's not even ranked.
Okay, now you sound stupid. Now you're being silly. Now you're being silly. Knock it off.
Well,
you put that song on at my house when the house is full. Everybody gonna stop talking and start singing. You put on Frankie Beverly and Maze. People be like, "Hey, what? My mom ain't here." Like, put the
what?
Ain't nobody checking for that. Nobody checking for that? This is silly.
I ain't checking for that. Stop it.
No.
Stop it.
No. You heard that. You heard the music Io demands to put on when he gets in charge of the iPad. So, like, no, that's cap. That is bad.
And look, and I'm not even gonna put it on the screen because I don't want no problems. But Roddy is 100% right.
Well, you can talk about push. Yeah, we do have a radio audience. Like, yeah, but you're right. We're just not going to acknowledge that. We're just not going to acknowledge music from that individual anymore.
Sorry for those on the radio and those that can't hear me.
They can figure it out.
I'm not, but he's right. Roddy is right. This would be in the discussion at the very least, and now it's not.
There's just music we don't acknowledge from certain individuals anymore, and that individual is one of them. We acknowledge James Hamm, though. James Hamm going to join us at the top of the 2:00 hour, and Jason Jones going to join us in the final hour of the show. So lots of Kings coverage ahead. But can we show some love to one Buddy Love?
Absolutely.
If this team finishes with like a measurement of success, Buddy's a legit 6 Man of the Year candidate.
100%.
I don't know if he'll win. You know, I don't know. I mean, I would put my money on a successful Utah season and a Jordan Clarkson repeat. But like, if the Kings again finish, maybe a little above 500, Buddy continues to do what he does, man, he's legitimately a 6 Man of the Year candidate. He's playing really, really well.
Yeah, man, 100%. He's playing some really good basketball. I love his energy. I'm not gonna allow, because like he had a bad game against the Pelicans or whatever, right? Like the results didn't diminish what he was trying to do, if that makes any sense. Like I have no problem with him taking the shots and shot hunting or whatever. That's his job right now as a 6 Man guy. He's shooting the ball really well, some would say at an elite level. His elite
status, by the way, for those who are wondering, right now, I believe he hits the markers of elite. Mm-hmm. But on D-Lo and KC, his elite status goes from game to game to game.
Yes.
If you follow us at D-Lo and KC, you follow us at ESPN 1320, Damian Barling, I am K Diddy. You'll see that's a thread throughout the games. His elite status is game to game.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the way Buddy's playing right now. I love the role that he's in. Dare I say, I'd take him off the trade market. Although he was always off the trade market for me if he accepted this role. I had him on the trade market if it was like, no, I'm a starter. I only want to be a starter. And he's going to pout. Then you got to go. Mm-hmm. But Damian, like I said, I don't get everything right. But I said last year, I was like, if he would just accept being the 6th man, we can do some great things with him being the 6th man. And
no one else
embracing that.
No one else had that thought except for you. So
I didn't say I was the first. I was just saying I was just saying that was my opinion of Buddy Hield. I didn't say I was the first and the only. I was just saying that was my outlook on how I viewed Buddy Hield. If he agreed and embraced being that 6th man, he could do some great things, and the Kings could do some really good things.
Let's get to these phone lines here real quick. Jump in if you'd like to. We'd love to hear from you. Odyssey will be able to hear you, just not Kenny. 916-349-1320. You can get at us there again, 916-349-1320. Mitch, what's happening, buddy?
How's it going?
What's
Good,
up,
brother?
Mitch?
I like to see a deeper rotation. I don't like Bagley's in the doghouse. Thompson, come on. I would say, shouldn't you start and finish the game? And one more thing. 49ers, come on. Put Trey in the game. It's over.
I can't disagree with that. I can't disagree with that.
We will get to that. Though I want to be fair. It's a tease for later. Nice job, Mitch. You hit us with the tease. That game yesterday wasn't on Jimmy. That game that game falls squarely on the shoulders with the dude who had the headsets on.
Well, he deserves some of the blame. They gave up 31 to Colt McCoy. The guy, I was in and out of the game, so I don't really know what's going on. We got guys fighting each other on the field. Yeah. He got benched. Did Josh Norman come back into the game? And he shouldn't have.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I mean, but you know me. You know how I am. Like those guys got ran over last night.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Kyle Shanahan, ultimately, you're the leader of this whole thing, so you got to pay the consequences and receive some of the heat. But that defense got ran over last night. It was embarrassing what happened.
I understand. I will tell you why I'm blaming the dude with the headset. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on 1320 AM, the Odyssey app. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button as well. It's a great channel to follow, even if you can't listen or watch all 4 hours of D'Lo and KC, and I can't imagine why you wouldn't be able to. We cut different highlights for you. We cut different interviews for you, so you could just catch up on the main points throughout the show at your own convenience. It is a 49ers Monday brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at 1-866-GO-CITY6. Our 49ers conversation is on the way, as James Hamm is 1 hour from now, and Jason Jones coming up in the final hour of the show. Talking about Buddy, the way that Buddy is playing, he's still doing, you talk about shot hunting. He took 16. Was this yesterday? He took 16 yesterday. Everybody else on the bench took 12. And I mean, you know what? And the reason that was okay, because Davion couldn't hit anything.
Nah.
You needed a lot more from Davion Mitchell on the offensive end last night. Because Buddy wasn't. I guess technically maybe Buddy hit his elite barometers for yesterday, but it didn't feel like Buddy was like, he took 16 shots to get 17 points. That doesn't feel elite, if you ask me.
I understand. I thought he had an average game last night, maybe a little above average. He had some timely shots, and some timely threes. But he was average. He was okay.
I thought the defense played really well yesterday, including Buddy Hield, by the way. I thought the Sacramento Kings defense as a whole played really, really well yesterday. I think that was the main reason that's why they were in the game late. That's why they were able to fight back and get in. And it's funny, you look back at the Friday night game. I think they put up 41 in the first quarter. 41, 33, 32, 34. Those were the point breakdowns in Friday night's game per quarter. Last night, it was 19. They were outscored 27-19 in the first quarter. 24, 24, 24. So they broke the 40-point in a quarter barometer on Friday and then couldn't even score 30 in the game against Indiana.
Yeah.
The offense just completely
and that's
no flow.
That was
no rhythm,
the
bars.
Stop it, because you guys can't hear the music, the flow and the rhythm is there.
Oh,
y'all can't hear the music. We're gonna fix that though next time they win. But yeah, man, 10 of 34 from beyond the arc. They shot 37% from the field as overall. They just didn't hit shots. Some of that, I'll give credit to the Pacers. You know, that's a tough physical team that played a tough physical style of basketball and made things difficult for the Kings. But there was a lot of open shots that they just didn't hit. You know, so it was just one of those days, man, where they weren't able to hit on the offensive end, and I just feel like they dug themselves two different holes that, you know, were expended a lot of energy to get out of. I think they were down 13 in the first quarter at one point. I think it was 24-11 or something like that. Fought back, took a lead, got it close at the half, or whatever the case may be. But every time, and I'll give the Pacers credit for this. Doesn't mean they're a great team or anything like that, but they did this yesterday. Every time the Kings battled back, they had an answer. So in that fourth quarter, I think they took a 1-point lead. The Kings did. The Pacers, I think they might have came back with like an 8-0 run and took a 7-point lead.
Yeah,
and they did that a lot yesterday. And the Kings could never overwhelm Indiana the way they did Charlotte, the way they did New Orleans. Indiana didn't let it happen, and I'll give them credit for that one. I won't look at that as something the Kings didn't do, more as I'm going to give credit to Indiana for that.
more credit, just because trying to find some positives over the course of the last couple of games. Obviously, no fault in Friday. Alex Lynn, I think, continues to play really well.
Yeah.
For the Sacramento Kings, and that was I think that's what Mitch brought up there for a moment, was he wants to see the rotation get a little bit deeper. I mean, we know now we've been through this enough. Barring an injury or an ejection. It's Alex or Tristan. It's not both. It's one or the other. It's Alex or Tristan Thompson. The only time the two have played was an injury and an ejection. Those are the only two times that we saw those two guys on the floor at the same time. I don't know where you go though. I don't know if it's Metu. Louis the King. Louis the King had it. Louis the King had himself a weekend.
Man, the boy was getting buckets.
Louis the King had himself a nice little weekend in the G League. We did get a Chemezi Metu sighting. We could Freeport. I love. By the way, there's nothing that makes us happier than when Chemezi Metu gets in the game and you go to Twitter and you see all the Freeport references. Because that is 100% nod to the Chatty House and the crew here, which is awesome. And then the new proper nickname Threeport when he gets. If there's an expanded rotation at any point, and by the way, if we don't see it in the next week and a half, it ain't happening, because they play tonight and then Wednesday and then Friday. Like, there's no rest coming up for this team. Like, it's game off, game off, game off, game off. They're playing every other day. If we don't see an extended rotation in any of these games outside of a blowout, I don't think we're going to see it.
And I don't think I may be in the minority here. I don't think we need to necessarily see that much of an extended rotation. The only thing that I would say is you go 9, you put Terrence Davis in there, and that's really about it. And maybe you switch it up and do something that you haven't done all year and play Tristan and Alex Lynn at the same time. But I don't think they need to dive into right now. They don't need to dive into the Metu, Marvin, Louis the King bag. Like, I think
that's fine.
Fine.
But you're good with Terrence Davis. Terrence played well, just like everybody else did on Friday.
Terrence got in trouble yesterday.
He did get in trouble.
He got in trouble yesterday, and he didn't see the court again. And once again, it's a slippery slope, and it's a fine line. Terrence didn't do something that Luke had been asking to do, or didn't do something. Maybe went rogue on the shot or was soft or something like that. And he didn't see the floor again. He came out immediately and didn't see the floor again.
Yeah.
And let's be fair. People were asking Luke to do that all year. If they're not doing what you say, then you sit them. That's what he did right there. So I don't think he's out of the rotation. He didn't play yesterday, though.
Okay. He sure picks and chooses when he uses that, then, if that's the case. But I mean, Terrence played.
Jimmy Johnson talked about, he's like, if you fall asleep in a team meeting, you're off this team. If Emmett Smith falls asleep in this team meeting, I'm gonna tell somebody go wake up, wake him up. This is what it is.
Here's Luke Walton talking about the bench yesterday.
Yeah, so we value that. We think that group, especially seeing them go at the first group in training camp, we feel like that can really be an advantage for us. We don't want to have to rely on them, but look, it's an 82-game season. Some nights that's just how it's going to play out, and they do a great job. When we get off the slow starts, they have done a great job 10 games into the season of getting us right back in. It was tough decisions tonight because Buddy was great on defense as well. So was Davion. Davion was, really did a nice job down the stretch on LeVert and making it tough on him. But kind of, getting Buddy out for offense, defense at the end. He played a game where he deserved to be on that court. So very pleased with how Buddy's playing. And he had another really, really solid game for us tonight.
That's Luke Walton there, talking about the bench, and specifically Buddy Hield. More on Luke Walton. You asked about that last play Tyrese, here it is.
I would take that shot. Absolutely. That's not the play call. The play call was Harrison. We knew we were in the bonus. Harrison had done a great job of getting to the line. So we have certain plays for certain situations. It was going to be a Harrison, ISO at the top of the key there. And they used their inbound guy to deny that. Totally fine with me. Rashawn popped, threw it back to Tyrese. We're down 2. Tyrese gets an open look from 3. He hits big shots. So he missed this one tonight. They took away option 1. You got to be ready for option 2. And Tyrese got a good look and, just didn't go in.
Yeah, he got a good look, man.
He definitely did.
It was a little deep, but he can hit that shot. It was just off.
Now I feel like I watched the whole fourth quarter again this morning. Now I feel like I saw that whole final play wrong. So just talk amongst yourselves because I need to go back and see this. Did he inbound the ball to Rashawn?
Yeah, he gave it to Rashawn.
Oh, he
Rashawn
did.
gave it back.
My bad. That's I see. For some reason, I thought I'm looking at Harrison at the top. For some reason, I thought he inbounded. I thought the person who came up and caught the ball was Harrison, and he threw it back to Tyrese. That's why I was like, why would the play call be for Harrison? When Harrison had that, like he gave the ball up right away, it was Rashawn. I literally watched this 20 minutes before the show started, and still thought it was Harrison who caught the ball. Meanwhile, Harrison is getting like quadruple teamed by the logo. It looks like, dude, there's like a 12th man on the field. Like how and as right, what Luke's talking about,
defenders coming from,
and that's who. And I told you there was the defense was pointing something out. It was the inbound man. The inbound man who fell back to guard Harrison was pointing at, hey, go get Rashawn. The ball immediately goes back. He's getting ready to run it. They're gonna look at this and just see how much like truly he probably had. Oh, that's tough. It's just a tough play. I'd still take it, though. I'd still take it with Tyrese, especially the way he was playing in that fourth quarter. I'd still take it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good look. It was a good second option. It was there for him. Just didn't hit it. That's what that one came for. Man, he got a really good look. And like I said, he got the feet set. That's always what I say with Tyrese is, if he can get them puppies set, that ball's wet.
Yeah. And I don't think they were. I think he was, oh man, he just didn't have it.
Just a little
and he
bit.
kind of hit the post too because he thought he had it. He did not have it. That ball wasn't even close.
That was Carlton.
That wasn't even close.
That was Carlton right there, boy.
Oh, he's like, hey now. Oh no. And then he go, oh no. Like his hands go up in the air like, oh man. Oh, Tyrese
was great in that fourth quarter though.
Hell yeah, he
was great, man. He did some really good things on both ends of the floor. He was the spark plug for the Golden One Center crowd. He got everybody involved. It was really good seeing him in that fourth quarter.
Yeah, he was, and I appreciate Buddy too. He hits that 3. They're down 13. I think he hit a 3 to cut the lead to 10. And he's motioning at the crowd that was sound asleep on a Sunday. And granted, they didn't deserve it. There was no reason for them to be loud. He's imploring them to get up, get loud, and after that shot from Buddy, they got going a little bit.
I thought the crowd was pretty good throughout the day. I'll disagree, but this is a bad job by
yesterday.
The Kings. Yeah, I thought they were okay. But this is a bad.
I don't fault them for it, but
this is a bad job by the NBA or the Kings or whoever. 3:00 start on a football Sunday. Come on, man. Like we can't have that. Can't have that. It's got to be a 6:00 game. And I know they play again tonight, so maybe that had something to do with it as well. But nah, 3:00 start. That's just a bad job by them. Bad job. But they were into it towards the end. No,
I don't have a problem. I just wish they would stop playing at the exact same time as the San Francisco 49ers.
That's what I'm saying. 3:00 start. What are we doing?
Well, they had a 6:00 start, and the 49ers were on Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, it's a bad job by them again.
Like, stop. NFL, help a brother out. Like, stop scheduling these games at the same time, because it's really difficult to pay attention to both of them. Thankfully, there was really nothing to pay attention to with the San Francisco 49ers. We'll talk about that. We've got James Hamm set to join us around 2 o'clock. We got Jason Jones set to join us in the final hour. You're welcome to join us anytime you want to on the phone lines, 916-349-1320. You could jump in the chat house at twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're back with more. I guess we'll venture over there to 49ers territory when D'Lo and Casey return.
Cares about them.
I'm not dealing with Eric today, dude. Like, we don't need that. So he can go.
What is he even talking about?
He always trying to instigate something stupid, man. And I just, like, we're kind of tired of it. It's boring.
Anybody got time for that?
I don't even block him. I just put him on timeout because I keep giving that dude chances. But all mods have full authority moving forward. If you got to, do what you got to do.
Y'all just don't respond to him.
By the way, boom, these are available for y'all. I was gonna put it behind me, man, and make it a part of the. Look what that boy got. Yeah, this is There's, if you look close, you'll see they're serial numbered. Mine's 2. I got the second one. But yo, these gift bags, these gift boxes are available. These flutes are legit. Obviously, you get the rosé right here, and then they got the same. They got the same with the bamboo.
Ooh-wee.
And these bamboo glasses with the gold rim.
Yeah. I need to get
another great gift sets,
one,
man. Christmas, let's go. You need to get
we
what?
Need 4. I need another bamboo one, man. We need 4 cups, so I got to get another one.
Yeah. I would like that too.
Even if I gotta go get it, like, I don't have no problem. We just need the 4 matching.
I need the full set of I need a Bel Air set of the flutes.
Fire.
I need it all because we got
McQueen.
We got the McQueen cups. Yeah, go pick these up, man. These are great gifts for Christmas and all that.
Absolutely. Our guy Mark Wong in here. Big ups to him. This early Sunday start time began during the Maloose because data suggests that more families attended at that time and spent more on concessions. Trash. Whoever.
David loves that bamboo, man. Dr. David loves that bamboo.
So do I. The cream is my go-to right now.
Bro, I've been on that EXO vibe. Strong. I've been on that EXO vibe. Strong. That's what I had on Saturday. I think you could get the I bet if you check out Ernie's liquor store, I bet they have them. He got a whole display. And these definitely look like a Bevmo Total Wine type vibe. So check out those spots as well. But wherever you get this stuff, these should be out there for you.
Roddy, we talked about the attendance a little bit last week. I think there's a number of different factors that goes on with it. Mostly, I think it's just one thing is people don't always believe in the Kings yet. Like, if they were a top team in the league, I think it'd be different. So there's that. And then it doesn't seem that easy and fluid to get into the games right now with, the testing and the kids as well. Like, it's not easy for the kids to get in there either. So,
yeah. I mean, I don't blame anyone who doesn't want to go in.
Yeah, not at all.
I mean, it's not cheap. Stuff is not cheap, dude.
That too.
That stuff is not cheap. I want to open the cup. I don't want to open the box yet. I want to keep the seal for a little bit longer because this might have to be I don't want to. I'll open it. Hang on. I get you. They're nice though. They got the logo on them. peep some stores right now. See if they have these gift bags, these gift packs. I need some blue, bro. When was the last time you had blue?
It's been a minute. I've been hoarding them not to open
Yeah.
them. Forgot to have some. I think probably at your house.
Y'all gonna do like a Christmas? Y'all put up Christmas tree? Like you gonna do it right after Thanksgiving?
Maybe we do the Christmas tree. We do all the decorations and stuff like that. I don't think we're doing anything on the house, so to speak, but inside we're very festive with that. So we got to go get a real tree too, you know. And then there's been talks about, maybe we can do the fake tree. I'm Clark Griswold on that one. No, we're getting a real tree. I'm not doing the fake tree.
Oh no, that's crazy talk.
Yeah.
I have a fake tree that is so nice.
I think they're nice. They're always nice. I like them, but no, that's not what we're doing.
I'm ready to. I'm kind of ready to put mine up now. I can't lie.
What? Okay, calm down, David. We just changed the clocks. There's no need to put the tree up.
By the way, whoever did it, you can kiss my butt. Changing the clocks back is the stupidest thing. And when you're trying to explain to your dogs that, like, look, I know what your body clock is telling you. It ain't time yet. You still got to wait an hour. Yeah. I know you wake up by what's going on outside. It's not time. You got to wait. Like I need to know how the person who invented daylight savings time explained it. Everyone hit me up. Well, it's the same with kids. I don't know. I don't have kids. Never had kids. Never had to explain daylight savings times to kids or a toddler or anything like that. I got 2 dogs that demand to eat at a certain time. And man, they just all Sunday, yo, what do we do? And they linger. They're just like lingering. Like, yo, are you going to feed us or not? Because I know how to open that little bin by myself. Like, so either you going to feed us or I'm going to feed myself. So I have to compromise like the first day and bump it up like 15 minutes early, all of these different things, man. It's such a pain.
Yeah. I remember I heard
with kids.
I heard about the explanation behind daylight savings time, and somebody could put it back in there again. And like, it seemed like it made sense. I feel like somebody said it was for like the farmers and stuff like that. And it made sense, but it made sense 40, 50, 60, 70 years ago. Right? Not in 2021. Let's do away with daylight savings. Let's get rid of all that whole thing. Let's just have one clock for the entire year. Now, I will say this though, Damien. Mm-hmm. How long until your body catches up to the new timing? Because I got to be honest with you. It felt like I was able to sleep forever the last 2 days. And it was only like 8 a.m. I was like, I've slept for so long. This is awesome. And usually that lasts maybe about a week and a half. And then 8 a.m. starts to feel like 8 a.m. again, or 7 a.m. or whatever starts to feel like that again. But I don't know. When you fall back, I just got to say, these first 2 days, I felt the extra rest.
Good for you. As I mentioned, my dogs aren't aware of falling back. So sleeping in for me is like, it's 7. I'm not sleeping past 7 a.m. It's just not happening. Mm-hmm. So what was it? Sunday. So Sunday, I woke up and the phone said 6:05. And my first thought was like, it's 7. I was like, all right, I slept pretty good. Like, it's 7:05. And then I look over and realize there's 2 labs like, yo, let's rock, baby. Let's go. And it's like, oh, so I laid there. Yeah. So I don't know. I feel fine. I don't know.
They need to move on from it though. I need more sunlight, the better.
Okay.
I need to move on from what I think they talked about this not too long ago. They explored the possibilities of getting rid of daylight savings time.
I thought we voted to get rid of daylight savings time.
Like, I thought they explored it, but I guess it didn't work. But we need to bring it back up again.
No, I very literally think we won that vote. And they were just like, oh, we didn't think y'all were going to vote for this. Never mind. I'd rather talk about daylight savings time than what went on with the San Francisco 49ers yesterday. Maybe that's what threw the 49ers off. Maybe it was daylight savings time. Maybe just everything went to. Maybe it was such a weird day in the NFL because of daylight savings time.
No, the Niners just stink.
Okay, that's definitely a more plausible explanation as well.
They just stink.
Well, they do, but this wasn't Jimmy's fault.
No, it wasn't Jimmy's fault. I mean, but once again, we've got a team that doesn't value the football. George Kittle with a fumble. Welcome back with a fumble. Brandon Ayuk with a fumble as they're going in for a score, essentially to cut it to a 14-7 game. And much like the Sacramento Kings, when they give up an offensive rebound, and it feels like teams on second chance opportunities are shooting about 95% from the field when they go against the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
When the 49ers turn the ball over, the other team scores every time. And I would say it's a touchdown 87% of the time. I won't even say all the time, but 87 to 89% of the time, they're scoring a touchdown when the 49ers turn the ball over. And guess what? They just keep turning it over. They're careless with the football. They don't care. They don't wrap up the ball. They don't take care of the rock. What was it? Another 3 turnovers on Sunday, and I don't think Arizona turned it over once.
Ooh, man.
It's ridiculous. It is garbage.
So if we're playing the blame game, I said this falls on the dude who wears the headsets. You sounded like you disagreed. I know the defense was bad yesterday. I'm not debating that at all. But I also have questions about the defensive personnel. Didn't they draft some defensive players that just aren't playing?
They drafted one cornerback who isn't playing. But 2 years ago, they drafted Javon Kinlaw, who can't stay healthy.
Oh, by the way, Mike McGlinchey's out for the year. Sorry, I'm sorry for Mike McGlinchey. I hope brother gets healthy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that that's a bad thing for the 49ers. I don't think he's been particularly good. No, well,
nothing.
Not saying that it's good. Just saying I don't know. It's a bad thing. But again, get well, Mike McGlinchey.
Yeah.
No, you're right. Kinlaw out.
They drafted Lenore and
doesn't play.
Thomas.
I don't think he plays either.
Thomas has not been good. Lenore was good earlier in the season. Hasn't been able to see much of the field lately. I mean, everything is just a train wreck right now in San Francisco, Santa Clara, wherever you want to put them at. Everything is a train wreck. The coaching has been terrible. The play by both the defense and the offense has been terrible. It's just been a train wreck.
Is this season shot?
I mean, technically, they still have an opportunity. So coming into these next 2 games with Arizona and the Rams, I said, and I've got to keep the same energy, I said, you're really, really back in the game if you win both of them.
Mm-hmm.
If you win one, your season's still alive. If you lose both of them, you're done. Technically, they have an opportunity to still win one and keep their season alive. But there's no hope. There's no belief that they're going to beat the Rams on a Sunday Night Football.
Who are coming off a loss now.
Yeah, it was coming off a loss. There's no belief that they're going to do the things necessary to win a game. Like, there's no belief, like, take care of the football and you'll be good. No, why would I believe they're going to take care of the football? They're going to fumble it. They're going to throw some picks. They're not going to get any turnovers on their end. They're going to give their defense a short field over and over again. There's no belief that any of this is going to change. So technically, no, their season isn't done. But in my mind, yeah, it's a wrap.
So what now? Like, you just fold up shop? It's close enough. Like, I hear you. They're 3-5. Their season isn't over. They lose to the Rams. The season's not over. Like, they still have. Of course, I don't know how anyone looks at this San Francisco 49ers team, specifically what we saw yesterday. And I don't. This clearly, boy, I don't even know how to approach this. the Cardinals are for real. Like the Cardinals football team is good. Kyler Murray is an exceptional player. DeAndre Hopkins is an exceptional player. This team is good. Cliff Kingsbury, maybe a little bit better than you and I both thought that he was, because he got the ultimate backup quarterback. Colt McCoy, who has made a living, a very good one, being a backup quarterback. He got that dude ready in a short time frame to play the San Francisco 49ers. So I want to give credit to Arizona a little bit. I know this is about San Francisco and their faults, but there are people looking at like this 8-1 team that it's not real. They were out James Conner rushing for damn near 100 yards. They did a lot yesterday on the field that made me think, okay, this Cardinals team as a complete football team is legitimate. But you mentioned the 3 turnovers. Arizona absolutely deserves a nod for that.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, that's the MO of the San Francisco 49ers. So I don't know how with any game moving forward, anybody could look at the 49ers, oh, this is a winnable game for this. This is a winnable game for them. There aren't any winnable games left for the San Francisco 49ers. I don't care what the schedule says. I don't care if they're playing the Jacksonville Jaguars. We saw what the Jaguars did yesterday. Mm-hmm. We saw that the Dallas Cowboys lost yesterday. I mean, weird things happen on a week-to-week basis in the NFL. 49ers lose on Monday Night Football, bro, they're still going to be technically in this playoff race.
Yeah, because there's 7 teams that get in, and nobody is really great. Like, they're going to be around. So mathematically and technically, for sure. And even like you just talked about with the NFL. Yesterday, I already felt this way, but yesterday just kind of confirmed it. There's no top flight teams in this league. There are none. There's teams that are good, that have really good records, that have talent. There's no, like, I come from the era of the 49ers and Cowboys dominating, or when Denver, went crazy with their back-to-back Super. There's no teams like that. Like, all these teams, for whatever reason, I don't know what it is, they're flawed. There's not even a team like Kansas City for the last 3 years has been. Like, there's not even that. All these teams can lose to any team any week. And I say that to say, like, yeah, the 49ers could beat the Rams, the Jazz could beat the 49ers, all this other stuff, but there's no dominant teams out there. So that's going to lend itself to, like what you talked about, being 9-8 and possibly getting into the playoffs. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if they were 8-9. And I'm not saying, I don't know if that makes the playoffs, but you've got a game on the last day of the season to get in.
To matter.
You know what I mean? That's just the nature of the league and the way they extended the, one more playoff team getting in. So yeah, it's wonky, but to your point, the 49ers don't deserve the benefit of the doubt against McClatchy High School, let alone another NFL team.
Okay. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you can, 916-349-1320. Quick note here. We mentioned James Hamm's going to join us at the top of the hour. There's another thing we got at the top of the 2:00 hour. We've got tickets to see the Kings. Got the Kings in Utah for the 10th time this year, coming up on the 20th. So we'll have tickets for you for that game at the top of the hour, just 30 minutes from now. So stay put. We'll get you all set. Of course, James Hamm, as we mentioned, will join us. Jason Jones coming up in the final hour of this show. A lot of things went wrong offensively. Namely, they couldn't actually hold on to the ball. So that's a problem. Two, that the Elijah Mitchell that we just saw the week prior against Chicago, he wasn't there. And because this team fell behind so quickly, they had an opportunity. It's 14-0 pretty quick. Mm-hmm. They had an opportunity that they were about to cut it to 14-7. Mm-hmm. And then one of those turnovers came that you talked about. Now, you would remember better than I do because your memory is ridiculous. I don't think Arizona scored a touchdown there because I think it got to 17-0.
Yeah, they scored a field goal,
but they got points off of it though.
Right. And here's the killer. Like, this is pretty minute. Like, there's still a lot of game to play after that. But they got points off of that turnover.
Mm-hmm.
They took up a lot of time, and then they were able to take up another like 3 or 4 minutes because when they were about to get off the field, Josh Norman had his situation that gave him a whole nother set of downs and gave more time. Like to me, the way I look at those games, when you're down 2 scores, like one of your opponents, I don't care if you're in the second quarter or the fourth quarter, one of your opponents is the clock now.
Mm-hmm.
Because these like the Cardinals, even if they didn't score on that drive, if they're able to take off 6-7 minutes, that's 6-7 minutes you don't have the ball and you can't cut into the lead. So they got the stop, and then they had to waste another 3-4 minutes, which essentially cut into that final drive that they had of the half when they ended up scoring. But you could have scored and got a chance to get the ball back with all 3 timeouts and get another score before the half if you didn't have to deal with what you had to deal with on that Josh Norman situation. So it's little things like that where they don't take care of the little things. They botch all the little things right now. Attention to detail is terrible. And one thing I'll say, this doesn't change how I feel about him. What I think about him as a quarterback, as a head coach, still believe in what Kyle Shanahan could be, but the reality is just the reality, and the facts are just the facts. The clock has started on Kyle Shanahan. It has started. And if he doesn't step up, if they don't make the playoffs this year, and say there's another 3-4, 3-5 start next year, he could be gone mid-season next year.
I want to follow up on that. I was listening to our man Kyle Madsen on Candlestick Chronicles this morning, and I want to follow up on that. Let's get to these phone lines first. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man Daniel. Daniel, appreciate the call, man. What's going on?
How's it going, fellas?
What's going on, Daniel?
With the Niners, man, with Ayuk and Shanahan having words, what was it, last week, end of last week, and then with Trey Sermon taking off the 49ers off of social media. Do you think Shanahan is close to possibly losing the locker room? Maybe he's got some problems communicating with his players, especially the young ones.
That's a good point. I mean, appreciate you, Daniel, for the call. The team that went to the Super Bowl was a veteran team, and they could relate and do a little bit more in Shanahan's eyes as far as like having leeway and being able to communicate with them. He doesn't have a lot of veteran. He's got enough veteran guys right now, but he's got some young guys that he's got to bring along, and he's failing in that respect. He's not bringing along any of these younger guys, and that could be a situation. I said a lot of the times with Kyle Shanahan last year, and same thing goes this year. Is he Mike Tomlin? And what I mean by that is Mike Tomlin's a leader of men. He demands respect. He commands respect from anybody that steps through those doors. He shows it, and they reciprocate it. Is Kyle Shanahan that? And I use Tomlin because they don't always have the most talented team or the roster, or injuries happen. But at the end of the day, they always find a way to be a part of it. And Kyle Shanahan is not showing that he is that leader of men that I'm looking for right now.
So let me ask, because this again, credit to Kyle Madsen for this point, but we're talking about, Kyle Shanahan right there. And Kyle made the point that how would you, if you're in that locker room and you're one of those guys, like how would you feel every time Kyle Shanahan goes to the podium and says, we're going to go with our best opportunity to win. We're going to go with the quarterback who gives us the best chance to win. And time after time after time, the quarterback that you put out there is Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, again, don't get me wrong. I don't believe that what happened yesterday was solely on Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, everybody in a 49ers uniform or in 49ers gear on the sideline bears some responsibility for what happened yesterday. But you're going up there and I assume you're telling your team, we're going to go with the guy who gives us the best chance to win. Meanwhile, shortly before the season started, You mortgaged all your draft capital for the next handful of years to replace the guy who you're telling us is giving us the best opportunity to win. Like, I wonder how many guys in that locker room entered the season feeling like, are we just throwing away this season? Because we're going out there, we're like our quarterback literally will not be here next year. This isn't a Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers situation. This dude will not be back. We know he won't be back because this guy just got paid. This guy just got paid. This guy just got paid. We can't even if we wanted to, even if he did do the Aaron Rodgers gimmick and won the MVP, we wouldn't be able to bring that dude back. He won't be back here, but yet they keep telling us he's our best chance to win, even though we're getting rid of him.
I don't think that as a player, I would look at that as they're throwing away the season. I think everybody looks at shouldn't say everybody. Most people look at Jimmy Garoppolo as, if he's healthy, he's a really good quarterback. And the reason why they're doing this is because nobody believes
that's the equivalent of we're only 10 games into the year. Don't worry, he'll figure it out. It's the same freaking thing.
I mean, when he's healthy, they've been pretty good.
He's healthy now, isn't he?
Okay, but you're talking about August. Like, now we see that that's not the case. But in August, coming into the season, I think everybody had, a lot of people, and especially a lot of people in that locker room, had the same view of it. If Jimmy was this Iron Man, they wouldn't have made that decision to go to Trey Lance. But you can't rely on him.
And I think everyone now, or you could correct, tell me if I'm wrong, 2019 was an anomaly.
In a lot of ways, as far as his play, being able to play
the whole freaking team, it was an anomaly.
Games, all this other stuff, like, yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo, Kyle Shanahan, the whole squad. 2019 was an anomaly. It wasn't real.
Yeah, but
it wasn't. It was, or as you like to say, it was the exception, not the rule.
So right, but this is dealing with information now.
That's what I mean.
Well, yeah, Kyle and yourself are talking about August, or when all this other stuff before we had Jimmy where he's at right now. And Kyle saying, hey, we're going with the best chance to win right now. I think it was all reasonable. It all made sense. Trey Lance needs to develop. Jimmy Garoppolo is a really good quarterback right now. And he probably gives us the best chance to win right now. I don't see how anybody in that locker room would look at it and think they're punting on the season.
If Jimmy Garoppolo starts next week, you still think Jimmy Garoppolo is the best opportunity to win, the best chance to win? See, at this point, so here's the thing. I don't even know that it matters who starts under quarterback anymore.
Like, after yesterday, it wasn't, you mentioned it before, Jimmy wasn't the reason why they lost. He wasn't perfect or anything like that, but that's not why they lost. And I would tell anybody in that locker room, and I would, if I was Kyle Shanahan or anybody else, I'd be like, don't worry about what I'm doing. Do your job. You're not doing enough right now. Like, nobody in that locker room has the cachet to sit up here and point the finger at Kyle Shanahan or anybody else. Because when the offense can't hold on to the ball, when they can't block, when the defense can't stop anybody to save their lives, nobody has the cachet to point at anybody but the person in the mirror and be like, you need to be better. That's how I feel about it. And that includes Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan can't look up here and be like, well, Trey Sermon, Brandon Ayuk, you're not doing what you have to do during the week to play. Kyle Shanahan, you're not doing enough to get this team prepared. You're not doing enough to help lead them to victory. Look in the mirror. It isn't Trey Sermon's fault. It isn't Brandon Ayuk's fault. It isn't Jimmy Garoppolo's fault. You're not doing enough. Everybody in that.
And how is it all of these guys aren't ready to play? Like you mentioned Lindor, was he this year or last year?
This year.
Trey Sermon. We've been through this Brandon Ayuk situation now for the last. At what point do we start looking around like, wait, we got all of this wrong?
You know where I'm gonna go with that one. That's self-accountability. They may have got it wrong. Okay. Well, I think Brandon Ayuk talked about it and talked about how he had to do different things in practice.
Yeah, some of the Brandon Ayuk stuff was interesting. For sure. The stuff out of his own words were interesting. The fact that the offensive coordinator seemed to have a statement on Brandon Ayuk as well was interesting. I find this whole situation, I find everything surrounding Kyle Shanahan interesting.
Well, the other
convenient
thing
sometimes.
The other thing about Trey Sermon, like I said, I've said a number of different times, give him a couple of carries. Like get the man in the game. There's no reason why he can't get 2-3 carries at the bare minimum a week. But we talked about it in the preseason. Trey Sermon didn't look ready. He looked bad in the preseason. I think he's looked better every single time since then. But when you talk about like not being ready, he looked slow and terrible in the preseason.
I've got so much more on that.
Everybody's wrong. Everybody's wrong. Their draft situation is wrong. The way they call the game, the players, everybody's wrong. It's disaster.
James Hamm joins us when we return, and we've got your chance to see the Sacramento Kings take on Utah for the 40th time this year.
Flip side when we come back too, because we ain't going back to the Niners for the rest of the day. So we'll get this flip side out the way, and
okay,
let's go.
You seem excited. We've got that next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Black Bottles 916 mentioned to me. By the way, YouTube, could y'all hit the thumbs up? Can you get us to triple digits here real quick? We're at
please.
83. We only need 6 math to carry 16 more. We need 16 more. There's 123 watching. So if y'all could hit the thumbs up, man, we greatly appreciate it. And I'll give you a little note, man. I visited with Black Bottles 916 late last week. He told me there was a big rush of blue that hit the market. So I did a quick search there real quick at the end of that last commercial break. If you haven't had the opportunity to get it, you got an opportunity right now.
Get some of that.
I checked. Shout out to Bevmo. They don't pay us for this. I was looking to see the availability of this stuff. But if you want to try the blue, if you hadn't had an opportunity to, or you want to restock, now is a good time to restock. It is readily available for you right now.
The people was going crazy on that blue, like not even the people, but like the Bevmos and stuff. They were they were like, "Hey man, only one purchase at a time, and you got to call the associate because there's a lock on this."
They've been apparently that's been happening with the cream too. Dr. David been buying up all the cream.
That cream is crazy.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, I appreciate y'all. Thank you for getting us there. Yes, Dr. David, most definitely. Got that report last week. We're doing very, very well. Got to start plotting out the 2022 takeover.
Got to give a shout out to my guy Will over there. With the Sacramento Kings, he listens to the show. Big fan of the show. I see him out there at the Going One Center a lot, man. And I told him I'd give a shout out. Just for being a fan of the show. Shows love.
Right on, man.
Big ups to him. Will Ursary. I think that's how you say his last name. I just know him as Will from, seeing him and on IG. But Will Ursary. I think that's his name, man.
The ticket guy.
Yeah.
That's our guy.
Yeah, he shows mad love, man. So big ups to him, man. Always looking out. Sure. Shout out to Saul Alvarez, some guy from Guadalajara. Shout out to him.
Oh, Rich. Okay. Oh, Rich, what is happening there, Rich? Goodness gracious. Some bamboo and the eggnog. I did use bamboo as a creamer one. It was like 11. It was 11. I thought it was appropriate. It worked. It worked.
I like that. Let's see. Look at this thing.
Joe.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
Joe.
Joe.
Joe's
Yeah.
got to talk, though. He got to talk.
Yeah, he tried to get in earlier. He was we'll get him right here. And then we'll get the flip side. Oh, Patriots are winning games, though. They're winning games. Are they really? No, the Patriots are 5-4. Yeah, Patriots are 5-4. Now I'm second guessing. Yeah, 5-4. Okay. Yeah, they right there. They might get to the. I don't know. We'll see. James Hamm coming up here in just a few minutes, as well as your opportunity to see the Sacramento Kings at the Golden One Center. Lock this number in your phone, 916-349-1320. We've got your chance to win tickets. We've got your chance all week to win tickets to see the Sacramento Kings at the Golden One Center. Let's get to our man, Joe. We know we got that.
Joe, what's up, man?
We got that Mac Jones update. Patriots, by the way, 5-4. What's up, Joe?
That's with Mac, the rookie. Mac Jones gonna make the playoffs. Y'all watch.
Okay, so I got a couple of questions for Joe. Number one, and Joe, you keep the same energy. That's why I fool with you, man. That's why it's all good. But we gonna really come in here and talk about Mac Jones after that performance yesterday. We gonna talk about Mac Jones. Let me ask you a question. Who got the 49ers to the Super Bowl in 2019, in your opinion?
Jimmy.
Really?
Well, it's that Niner defense. That's their problem issue.
Okay, so if you had to rank it, you would say Niners defense, then Jimmy, or Niners defense, then run game. Where would you go?
Run game, and that's everything they're missing this year. You know what I mean?
Okay. So I say all that to say, you sit up here and telling me that Mac Jones is leading the Patriots to 5-4 right now.
He played quarterback. He gets all the glory and all the blame, right?
But you just told me in 2019 it was because of the 49ers defense. It was because of the running game. And then Jimmy Garoppolo.
Don't get me wrong. He's a game manager. But when I hear game manager, I hear winner. I hear a winning team. And if that's what you got to do, if he does his part, they're going to get there.
That's fine. But I'm trying to figure out.
Winners.
I'm trying to figure out here. So how can Jimmy Garoppolo not be the sole reason or the main reason?
That's not what he said. Why are you getting on Joe for giving his Mac Jones update?
Because he's telling me Mac Jones is the reason this is going on. It's not the reason this is going on. Mac Jones was mediocre yesterday. 12 of 18, 139. Come on,
game manager. That's what Joe said. Okay. He's managing the game.
Right.
Appreciate
you,
Joe.
About Mac Jones' dirty play too, and how he felt about that.
I think Joe's out there running laps. Yeah, that was a little. Dude, Sam Darnold threw 3 interceptions yesterday. Goodness gracious, man. That dude threw 3. Hey, James gonna join us in a minute. Do you wanna get this over with?
Yeah, man. And I'm gonna play this flip side, and I got an announcement after this flip side.
Oh, okay.
I got an announcement after this flip side. So here goes. Flip side, Cardinals.
Just for those who are new to the show, flip side was Kenny's idea. Go ahead.
Here we go.
Flip side. Back position to run 22 dives.
1st and 10 on the 13-yard line. Shotgun set for McCoy. As Connor to his left. Handoff Connor off the right side. He breaks a tackle at the 10 to the 5 and into the end zone for the touchdown. James Conner from 13 yards out. The Cardinals strike first here in Santa Clara.
Oh, baby, how about that? It's a little counter OF.
Shut the hell up! Shut up! Shut up!
Yeah.
Flip side.
1st and goal from inside the 1. 2 receivers to the left. Colt McCoy in the gun, along with James Conner. Conner already has 1 touchdown today. Snap to McCoy. Handoff Connor up the middle. Plows forward into the end zone for the touchdown.
Just soft.
Second of the day for James Conner.
Soft as hell.
Double figures now on the season. And look at this, 13-0 Arizona.
Did you work on defense?
Hell yeah, we worked for a half hour on it. So get you start to piss me off.
Yeah, me too.
2 one-hand catches by Connor today. 2nd and 5 in the San Fran 21. Trips right, single receiver left. Shotgun snap to McCoy. Hands off Benjamin off the left side to the 15. He trucks a DB and walks into the end zone for his first touchdown. Eno Benjamin just ran over former Cardinal Dre Kirkpatrick and maybe put this one out of reach. 30-7 midway through the third.
Turn that crap off. Oh, that movie sucks.
Shut up.
I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you?
Bums.
Is it over?
Bums.
Are you
Out
are
here
you,
look like bums.
are you
No.
retiring Flipside?
No, I'm not retiring Flipside. But I'm gonna tell you, we're gonna have some rules of Flipside.
Oh.
And you guys thought I was just talking before. I'm serious. The 49ers today don't deserve a flip side. They don't deserve one. So if somehow they won next Monday night, I'm going to tell you right now, there is no flip side next week for the 49ers. If they lose, there's definitely going to be a flip side on Tuesday because they deserve getting that treatment every time they lose. So flip side, if the 49ers lose, ain't going nowhere. If they win, they got to get above 500 to get a flip side, bro. I'm not giving no 4-5 team, no 4-6, 5-7 team. They ain't getting no flip side if they win, if they're below 500. That's the rules on make. Because I thought about this. I'm like, well, what if they win? I'm not going to sit up here and be jumping for joy. There ain't going to be nothing funny about it if they win and they're 4-5. 49ers, for a win, don't get a flip side until they get above 500, period.
Okay. And
Just is what it is.
It's another case of there you have it. So I'm going to guess when you came up with this idea for Flipside, you didn't expect the season to go this way.
No, nobody did. Nobody. And the funny thing about it is, like, it can be looked at. I mentioned to you guys about this, like, Homer, da. Vegas had this team at like 10.5 wins.
Yeah.
They had the 4th best odds of any NFC team of getting to the Super Bowl. This is, in my opinion, it's probably the worst, most disappointing season in the last 10, 15, 20 years in 49ers football. Disappointing. Expectations coming in, you completely fall flat on your face. I know a lot of people would say the final Harbaugh year, but that team was playing for the NFC West title at Thanksgiving when they lost that game and Jed York had the tweet and Richard Sherman's eating turkey and stuff on the field. That they were like 6-4 at that time. And then they fell apart. We just finished daylight savings time. And this team is pathetic. So one of the most disappointing seasons in the history of 49ers football. And they don't get no flip side until they get I'm debating on whether if they get to 500, where they get it. That's a debate depending on what's going on. But if they're below 500, ain't no flip side. We just come in here the next day, talk about the game, keep it moving. They don't deserve a flip side if you're below 500.
Okay, let's talk about something happier. James Hamm's going to join us. That makes you happy. We don't have to talk about the 49ers. Here,
Wow.
what's the best thing you saw this weekend? How about that? We like to do that on Mondays. What's the best thing you saw?
The best thing I saw, there wasn't a lot of great things I saw on this weekend, but
It wasn't a good sports weekend.
No,
And yesterday was sports trash, but
yeah, I agree.
not a fun weekend.
I agree.
Sports wise.
Oddly enough, the best thing I saw all weekend, Damien, it's kind of bizarre, and I hadn't even finished it, was this Kanye Drink Champs interview. Yo, my cousin said it best. He's either as crazy as a Betsy bug, or he really is light years ahead of us. because I watched that interview and it was really
Kanye
a
West is not
microcosm.
like
It was a microcosm of just him as an artist in his entire career. He could not finish a thought to save his life.
No, he cannot.
Like he goes, yo, let me give you a quick example. Like, yo, see, the system is designed to get us to thinking about labels. You know what I mean? And getting obsessed with labels. It reminds me back when I was in the 4th grade and I got my first pair of Jordans. It was the Jordan 4s. And I got my first pair of Jordans. And then I went down to Maryland to meet with my dad. And there was guys down there wearing Jordans because they had so many and it was 2 different shoes. And I was still wearing like the steel-toe joints. And I was dressed like Heavy D. And they came back and they was like, yo, we don't dress like that. And then I went to Chicago and I came back home with the style to wear Jordans. And that's how I was always one step ahead when it came to style. Fam, you started this off talking about how the system was, what are you talking about? And it went like that. I'm not even finished yet. I'm not like an hour and a half in. It went like that for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
He literally, the only thing I got out of that is Drake is so far in that man's head. It's crazy.
Facts. Yeah.
It's crazy. But it was best thing I saw because I laughed. I laughed a lot during that interview.
Yeah, I laughed too until I realized, yeah, that's a person. That's a dude who's just completely disconnected and rewired. Like he's out there. He's lost. I went in a different direction. Best thing I saw this weekend. I'm cheating a little bit because I'm going back to Friday, but I consider the weekend 4 o'clock when D'Lo and KC ends. Yeah. You know, Rashawn Holmes on Friday night was legit.
Oh yeah, big ups.
Like we could talk about the shooting that the Kings did. We could talk about all of those different things, how they were hot from 3 and 50% here and 55% here. Dude, that's all good. Rashawn pulling down 20 boards to go along with his 23 points. 23 points on 12 shots. Come on, man. Rashawn was big time
on Friday.
Yeah,
He was all
Rashawn
over the
was
place.
big
It was
time.
really cool to see everybody on the team happy for him to get his 20 and 20. Tyrese was really out there showing love on social medias about the 20 and 20. Friday was a great night.
Darren had 21 and 9 that day, by the way.
In downtown Sacramento, Friday was a great night. Everybody had a good time. It should have led right into Sunday, but it didn't.
It very much did not. As Kenny said earlier, it should have led into Sunday at noon or Sunday at 6, not Sunday at 3.
Yeah,
that's ultimately what went wrong. If the game had have started 3 hours later, Kings would have won by 2 yesterday. But because it started at 3, the 3 hour difference, that was good for 2 points.
Yeah, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. Also,
not to be confused with the straw that stirs the drink.
No.
Kenny's a big fan of straws.
Yeah, 2 different things. Also, it wasn't a good weekend because BMF was on a 1-week hiatus. I was not happy to see that when I went to try and see that last night. And they're like, yeah, no new episode. 11/14 will be the next episode.
Are you sure?
You saw the new episode?
New to me.
Episode 7?
I don't think I was behind. I'll have to research this.
And the last thing you saw was Homeboy singing before he did something crazy. He was singing I Can't Stand the Rain. Or what was the song?
Maybe I had. Maybe I'm still behind. Holy crap! Maybe I got a couple. I didn't think I was behind on BMF, but maybe I am. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320, KIFM West Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We have got your tickets right now to see the Sacramento Kings take on Utah at the Golden One Center coming up November 20th. All you got to do, be caller number 3 right now, 916-349-1320. We will get you all set up. Again, that's caller number 3 right now. 2 tickets to see the Kings versus Utah. 916-349-1320. We've got your chance to win all week at 2 o'clock. And we all win when we bring in 1320 Kings insider James Hamm, kind enough to join us again on a game day. I know how busy you are. Well, if the show was Saturday, we would be having a lot of fun right now. But unfortunately, the team played yesterday, and man, it was a 50-point difference from Friday to Sunday. What did you see over the course of the last couple of Kings games?
Yeah, we didn't get to hear bars, right?
No Drake bars, man.
No Drake bars.
You know what I mean? I was ready for him too. I was getting in the lab, James. I was like, yo, Drake Bars is coming because it's going to be a major weekend, 2 wins. And then they just deflated the whole thing, man.
Yeah, it's tough. That's what you don't want to see is this team take steps backwards. But look, I mean, Indiana is a very tough team. They do have really, really big players. And the Kings got dominated on the glass. They couldn't hit anything from the perimeter, which closed off a lot of their speed. I thought that the Kings, for as poorly as they shot the ball, they shot, 36.9% from the field, less than 30% from three. The fact that they had a shot to win it with Tyrese Halliburton with like 5 seconds left, that to me was like, it spoke volumes about where this team is and about where they can go. I don't like that they came out flat. I don't like that they came out in the third quarter flat again. But at the end of the day, some nights you're going to have shots like not fall at all. And even if they would have had a couple of even if the Buddy Hield spin shot that rolled around the rim like 14 times, if that thing would have fallen in, it would have been a different game. And so again, it's just one shot. What I don't like is that Indiana basically made them play their style. And so that's a problem. That's a problem. I mean, again, Karis LeVert is a talented player, but I haven't seen a player like him who plays with his head down and does not look for anyone but his own shot the entire game in a long time. It's been a long time since we've seen a player like that. And the Kings still didn't really have a great answer for him. I thought that TJ McConnell was really good. And I think that's the McConnell thing. Everyone keeps saying, oh, he just kept racing right by De'Aaron Fox to the rim, or he beat Davion. To me, a lot of that was some sort of scheme that they've been really working with how they're going to do the pick and roll and how they're going to defend the pick and roll. And they're letting the guards go a little bit and sort of taking off an angle as opposed to allowing someone to get to the basket. And so I think that just lends itself to a guy who's aggressive going to the rim to score some extra buckets.
Yeah. James, I gotta ask the question. I'm gonna get right to the gusto, man. I'm kind of over the whole it's early thing for De'Aaron Fox. It's early. There's a lot of season left to play. I don't like his demeanor right now. And I know if he's making that jump shot with under 20 seconds left, we're probably not even talking about this. But he didn't make it. He didn't make other shots in that game. And I think there needs to be a level of urgency from him, from the coaching staff. I don't expect them to say it to you or Sean Cunningham in a post-game presser, but it's early, but it's not. It's time to pick it up. It's time to play better. TJ McConnell outplayed him in that fourth quarter in a major way. And am I still panicking, or am I onto something here where it's he's got to pick it up a little bit here?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're talking about 10 games, and I went back because I remember Buddy Hield having a really rough start to last season, right, shooting wise. So I went back and looked, and through the first 33 games of last season, Buddy Hield shot 36% from three and less than 37% from the field. He was bad. And we're talking about, the month of January, because the season was all skewed, he was horrendous. And I think you forget that players go through stretches where they don't look right. And, for every time that there's a guy who has a 29-point month where he averages 29 and 7, like Fox did in March, there's going to be times where he doesn't look great. And I think at the end of the day, if the Kings are firing on, again, 7 of their 8 cylinders right now, or 6 of their 8 cylinders, and they're in every single game, I'm going to give it a little while here. I mean, I covered this team when Marcus Thornton got a paycheck and then forgot how to play basketball. Kenny Thomas forgot how to play basketball in his second season in Sacramento after getting traded from the 76ers to the Kings. I've seen players just flat out lose it. And I just don't see that. He's 23 years old. I think the pressure has gotten to him a bit. And I think the frustration has gotten to him a little bit when the shots aren't falling and they got other answers, but they're coming back to you. I mean, there's a lot of pressure and he wants to succeed. That's why he keeps taking those shots. If he was shying away from shooting completely, I would say, hey, look, there's a major problem with his sort of psyche. But of the last 3 games, he had two of the 3 were really good. They weren't great, but they were really good. So I'm going to take that until we see him kind of balance out and figure out who and what he is this season and whether that shot can fall.
And Damian, real quick, I want to ask James another thing about him that I talked to Damian about earlier in the show. And this could just all be, it could mean nothing. You know what I mean? I understand that. I understand it's just like a visual thing. And if he's the same demeanor and averaging 27 points a game, I'm not saying anything. But you've seen his whole career. De'Aaron Fox is not the same player, in my opinion, with how he approaches the game and the ferocity and the outward emotion that he was his 1 year in Kentucky and probably up into that final year with Jaeger. So 3 years, you would see him. There was a certain level of intensity to his game that showed outwardly, and that seems to be completely gone. Is that just a virtue of him growing up, being a man or something like that? Or is he not having fun out there? Me and Damian talk about all the time. He lost his smile. Like he doesn't think about the Miami tip in or the tip dunk his rookie year. I can't imagine De'Aaron Fox having that type of reaction after a play like that today.
Oh no, if he's going to hit a game winner, you're going to see him bust out. You're going to see it. Like, look, it's hard to put on a smile when you can't hit a shot. It really is. Like, he knows what he means to this team. The burden of what is happening here, it's not lost on him. The fact that this team very well could be like 7-3 or 8-2 if he just had normal games. That's not lost on him. He understands that, but it's not like he's the only one who couldn't hit a shot in that game against Indiana. I mean, we saw the same thing out of Harrison Barnes. Now, the difference was Harrison Barnes raced to the key and got to the foul line, where I just don't feel like Fox, number one, is getting to the foul line at all. No, they're just not putting him on the line. And he's quietly almost at 70% free throw shooting, which, again, we haven't discussed because he hasn't been there that much, but he's quietly improving in different aspects. I just think that, look, when you're struggling, it's hard to just put on a game face and not let it affect you every single time you're going up and down the court. He wants to be great, and he knows he has the potential to be great. And it's really frustrating when you're not great. And so until he has that bust out performance where it's like, that's him, then I think we're going to see it. He's wearing it. I mean, that's what I see. He's wearing the stress and sort of the frustration of what's happened so far. And it only takes one game. That's what I would just keep saying. It's only going to take one game for him to bust out of this thing and look like De'Aaron Fox.
I think part of the frustration is too, because you mentioned he's not the only one who shot poorly against Indiana, is that he can't rally the guys. Like, he played really well on Friday, just like everybody else did. He shot really well on Friday, just like everybody else did. I think part of the frustrating thing is, like, we saw Tyrese really take over in the fourth quarter yesterday. Like, he had an impact on that fourth quarter. De'Aaron didn't. And De'Aaron last year was Mr. Fourth Quarter. And I think that's part of maybe fans' frustration or maybe just fans' concern. Like, I hope he gets right, because he used to be able to, throw the team on his back. Now it doesn't feel like he could do that. He's just kind of in the swing. He's like another player on the team.
Yeah, no, I see that. I mean, and, again, this is a deeper team than it was last year. So he's not required to do that every single step of the way. And you're seeing guys who get left out of the offense for long stretches, and then all of a sudden they've got to get theirs and they take a couple of shots. Like, look, I just don't think, again, this thing has had enough time in the pot to simmer to where everyone knows what their exact role is. And I'm not saying that they know what they should be doing out there, but a coaching staff, they lay out a game plan. That doesn't mean that they distribute shots in that game plan. And so when you have one guy who gets hot or one guy who ends up taking a bunch of shots, and then all of a sudden there are fewer shots for other people. It's not always that easy to get in a rhythm. And I know Fox shot 18, 19, 20 times in the game the other night, but that's what you want from him. He needs to be taking those shots. He just needs to figure out ways to catch fire, especially, again, you mentioned the jump shot. He also had a bunny in the lane. He got blocked on a shot that I think he didn't even expect to get blocked on. If that shot goes in, you're just waiting for that moment where the momentum carries him through and to get 1 or 2 shots. And we're not talking about his poor, sort of demeanor and showing. We're talking about probably another win. And we're talking about a guy who, scored 21, 22 points.
I've got more about De'Aaron I want to talk to you about, and we want to dive into the incredible play of Buddy Hield. 1320 Kings insider James Hamm is hanging out with us. We'll be back with more. We're talking Kings basketball here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, I need 1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
Talk amongst James are talking about Jordans.
That's funny. I'm all blotchy. I just got out of the shower. I look all red and angry. Sorry, folks on the Twitch.
You're good to go. James, what do you think about the this is just a minor pet peeve of mine, is that I didn't like the 3:00 start yesterday. Especially during the NFL season.
No, I hate it because I like watching the NFL.
Yeah.
For sure. And I think competing is a bad idea. And so I know I read a tweet by Devin Blankenship, and Devin used to be one of the media directors for the Kings. And he said the 3:00 start was something that started during the Maloof era and that he fought against vehemently. He said that basically it was to get families to the game on one day where you knew you could get the kids to the game and home and bed at a reasonable hour. And so they were hoping that it would play into more of like a family type thing. But I think they only have 2 6:00 starts the entire season on a Sunday, which are 2 Golden State Warriors games. I like the 3:00 start because then I actually have the evening.
Right.
And on top of that, they serve breakfast for lunch normally on these days, which is one of my favorite things.
I can eat breakfast at 5 p.m. Like I like breakfast.
I'm the same exact way. So yesterday we had eggs and we have like country potatoes and we had a ton of bacon. To me, those are good days to show up. But again, I would prefer not to have to leave my house at 11 and 11:30 in the morning to go to a game. So it's kind of funky. And again, I would point out too that you're trying to get fans and kids in the building. It's so incredibly difficult to get kids in the building right now because of the COVID protocols. I mean, 2-year-olds and up have to wear masks. 2-year-olds and up have to have either a negative test or a vaccine card.
And the negative test have to be like within the last 48 hours or something like
72.
that?
Yeah, 72.
Yeah. So I thought about it with like trying to take my son, and it's like, it's just that like you have to pre-plan so far in advance to get your test. Make sure it coincides with it. It's not even worth it at some point. You know what I mean? So
I think that's where we're at with a lot of fans. That's why we're not seeing like huge crowds, just because number one, fans that do come, you're caught in this really weird thing. You can get, I kind of wish that they would just make it mandated vaccine. So everyone has a vaccine, right? Because what we're seeing is that once people get inside the building, no one is enforcing the mask mandate. So you have a lot of people who are like, okay, I'm a little anxious about the crowds, right? So they show up and they're like, okay, this is not good. I'm in a building where someone's breathing on my neck. I got someone right next to me that I don't know. So you're in the situation that realistically you don't want to be in if you're worried about COVID. And the fact is, you don't know that people around you are vaccinated.
Right.
And so I could see a lot of people having that specific issue. And then you have a lot of people who are just like, hey, this isn't like, I don't believe in it, or I'm not getting my kid vaccinated. And so you have that crowd. So I think we are so divided as a nation and as a community that you're seeing it kind of play out in the way the crowds are, because I think there is a lot of excitement about this team, and a lot of people would like to come out and like kind of live a little.
Mhm.
But at the same time, man, how many people touch that handrail that you're walking down? You
Right.
know, you go get like something like a soda, or you go get a hot dog, and are you going to touch a ketchup dispenser at this point? I don't even know if they have them, but I think the
Mhm.
answer is no, you're not
Yeah.
going to, right? So I think that there's enough concern about stuff like that it is scaring a certain amount of people away. And I don't know what the answer is, but you know,
Here
we're
we
going
go,
to see that.
guys.
Yeah.
The Odyssey app, Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99%, APR at 1.866. Go City 6. We're talking Kings basketball right now, though, as James was trying to solve all the world's problems. James and Kenny trying to solve all the world's problems there during the last commercial break. But
real quick, Damien, not to get you off point, but there's reports out on the latest injury report that Tyrese is questionable tonight with a lower back stiffness. Did you hear anything about that yesterday or this morning or anything, James, about Tyrese and his back?
No, it was not on the morning medical report. And, you know, again, these are things that I track all day long.
This just came, like, as you were on with us, like we're keeping James away from
we are.
As you were on with us, it just came out like a minute.
It's all right. Yeah, I mean, I can confirm it for you right now, because we're on live radio. Tyrese Halliburton is questionable with low back tightness. Robert Woodard is also out with left hamstring tightness because the Kings.
I was hoping tonight was
I wasn't going to be the jerk that said.
Yeah. So, I mean, when it comes to the medical reports, when a team is on the second night of a back-to-back, they do not have to put in a medical report until 1:30 Pacific time, so 4:30 Eastern time. Yeah, so it's kind of one of the anomalies where you kind of sit here and wait the whole time. I also, you know, I get tied up in doing different things, so I haven't looked at the last 2-minute report to see if that just, you know, destroys some of the things that happened last night as well. You just never know. It's one of those things that I think is just like salt in an open wound. But yeah, so Tyrese is questionable for tonight. I have not tweeted that. You know, I had to get ready and come on the show.
Yeah,
so.
once again, we're keeping James away from his job.
James
That's right.
just got sidetracked goofing around with us now. He's having too much fun messing around with us
That's
during
right.
the week. We're talking about De'Aaron Fox right before the commercial. We talked about a variety of different things, and you mentioned, you know, if he plays, you know, normal, you know, maybe this team wins a couple of more games, wins one game here, one game there. Team's 500 right now, which is talking about the Sacramento Kings. That's the plus. We're 10 games into the year. They're 5-5. If and hopefully this isn't the case, but if De'Aaron continues to play this way, and it's worth pointing out, like, De'Aaron's not terrible. De'Aaron's just not playing the way that we expected him to play. He's not playing the way that he closed out last season. So hypothetically, if De'Aaron continues to play like this, do you think this 500 pace is something the Sacramento Kings could keep throughout the year? Or at some point, do we need De'Aaron Fox to be the guy who we thought he was going to be?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to be that player. He has to be that. This team will only go as far as De'Aaron Fox takes him. I'll continue to say that. Look, you built your entire franchise around him. Everything that you do is based on his speed. Like, this is who your guy is. And so, yeah, he is, like you guys say, that he's the guy who stirs the drink.
The straw that stirs the drink.
He loves straws. Yes.
Yeah, the straw that stirs the drink. So, yeah, I mean, he has to be good if this team is like, can they hover around 500 the whole season without him being spectacular? Sure, they can. But in order to take that next step, and even I think you talked about all the 3-pointers they hit the other night. I'm not sure that Fox was part of that parade. Like, I'm pretty sure he did not have a great shooting night that night when it came to 3-point shooting.
He was 0 of 3. He was 7 of 15. He was 0 of 3 from 3.
but the rest of his game was really good. Even,
Mhm.
his assists and everything else were really high.
Yeah.
The other night, like
7 of 7 from the free throw line too, by the way, in that
yeah,
game.
yeah.
Mhm.
And I was looking at the game yesterday, and I think I put a bad stat up at the end, but it was because NBA.com changed the ruling on one of his assists late. But like he had 2 assists in the game yesterday, but Halliburton had 1. And the fact is, when you shoot 37% from the field as a team, nobody has any assists
Right.
because you just don't hit any shots. And so that was a huge issue for the team yesterday. And so, like, look, I'm not going to panic yet. Like, I've seen players who just like forget how to play. This guy is playing. We all want to say like he's not taking that big step. He's not playing spectacular, and he's still averaging like right at 18 points a game. Like it's not like he's been so bad you can't play him. It's just that everyone wants to see more from him, and I get it. I totally get it, and I'll be intrigued. Like if Halliburton can't go tonight, does Luke, like, does he do what he has not done and put Buddy Hield back in the starting lineup and create the quarterback controversy? Or does he stay with what he's done in the past and use Terrence Davis and maybe try to get Terrence Davis going? And I would assume that that's probably what he would do. And then that way you still have your true rotation with Buddy as your bomber off the bench. I just think that, like, again, this team has plenty of room to grow. I mean, this team is playing at 5-5, and Fox hasn't played well, but also Terrence Davis has been completely MIA. There's plenty of room for improvement from Davion Mitchell, who's had, really solid scoring games and then non-existent scoring games. He's had some assist games. We're waiting for everything to meld, and we got to see it in one game, and they thumped a team by 30, which was, I mean, how do you score 140 on a game like that? Like, not only did they score 140 points that night, their pace actually decreased from its previous, just because that's how hot they were. They scored 140 and their pace actually dropped. So yeah, I mean, we're seeing flashes of what can be from this team.
Yeah. I look at this team. I'm not afraid to say this, James. Not afraid to say it. Not afraid to put my name out there and say it with my chest. I think if De'Aaron Fox plays where we think he could play, he doesn't have to be super spectacular. I look at the landscape of the West. I look at the landscape of what's going on right now. I'm going to jump out there. Forget play-in. I think this could be a top 6 team, because I look at this roster and they're just, this is the way I describe them, James. They're just really solid. And I know it's the NBA, it's basketball. You're going to lose by 20. You're going to lose by 25 or whatever the case may be. It's going to happen. I'm not saying it never will. But after 10 games, this team is tough, both physically and mentally. They're always there. Like, Utah tried to get rid of them a couple times. Phoenix couldn't get rid of them a couple times. They're just tough enough and solid enough where you can't necessarily get rid of them. They're always going to be around. And because of that, I think if De'Aaron played like he plays right now, they could be around 500. If he played better, that's what I'm talking about. We're talking about possibly playing 7, 6 seed, something like that. Am I getting caught up in the moment here, James, or how do you see if De'Aaron plays to his capabilities? Is this like a legit playoff team?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, I'm going to say it because I beat everyone up on this all the time. 10 games is like way too small sample size to really know, right? It is. It's just such a small sample size. I like the 10-game mark, but the things I like about it are very, very specific. They have not been blown out once, and they haven't lost by more than, like 8 points or 7 points. And they've played, Utah twice. They've played Portland. They've played Phoenix. They've played some really, I don't think New Orleans is that good. They've played them twice. But Charlotte is a good team, and they thumped Charlotte. They have not been blown out once. And so sort of the intestinal fortitude of this team, to me, is pretty impressive. I think the fact that they're gutsy, that they're able to stay in games when it's all mucked up and they're not controlling almost anything. I think we've only seen one game this season where they controlled everything from start to finish, and that is the Charlotte game. Outside of that, we've seen really tough, hard-fought games that come down to fourth quarter execution. Their star fourth quarter guy is having an off start to the season, and so they're struggling. So I definitely think that they can be a 6 seed. I like their roster better than a lot of rosters. If you just like circle Paul George on the Clippers and say, okay, outside of Paul George, I like the roster better. If you look at Dallas and you look at Luka, like after that, I like the Kings roster better. And so there are a lot of teams that I kind of feel that way, that like they have a good squad, and where they are finding success, and at least sticking around in games. Look at a team like Minnesota, who has top number 1 overall picks and a number 2 overall pick in Russell. And they're all over the board. They're losing, they're winning. They got top tier talent, guys who are either all-star level players or could be, and they can't get it straight, where this team is kind of plugging along, waiting for De'Aaron Fox to just like shoot out of a cannon. And once that happens, I think they're going to be really dangerous. And again, we saw flashes of that against Charlotte.
One guy who's been really dangerous, James, and it's a guy that you brought up just a moment ago, is Buddy Hield. He's had a really overall good start to the season. We have decided we will determine Buddy Hield's status as an elite shooter on a game-to-game basis. And he has these nights where he's like he's one of 8 from 3. And then the next night he's 7 of 10 of 3. And it's just this wild, hot, cold thing. But one major difference about Buddy this year is I see him on the floor doing so many other things. And when he's 1 of 9 and 1 of 10, and I know that's a bit exaggeration, he's had some bad shooting games. I don't think he's had anyone like that. But this year, there were times you talk about hunting for that 3, hunting for that shot. We'd see him a million times doing it, and he wouldn't be doing anything else. Now, he may still be hunting for that shot, but he's doing everything else on the defensive end. And I think if the Kings experience some success, like he could be in the conversation for 6th man of the year.
Oh, I totally agree. 6th man of the year. Now, I'll say this. Defensively, he's been so much better. But he's always been a really solid rebounder. I would like more from him, especially with them going small. But I'll continuously point this out. He is not passing the ball like he did last year. And I think that the Kings could use that unless his usage drops way down. So he's still around 25 usage, and his assist percentage is still below 10%. And that's not going to work. He has to actually set up his teammates on some of these balls. And I like how active he's being. I love the 2-man game he has going with Alex Len. To me, it's something that's totally intriguing to me, because he doesn't do it with anyone else. You don't see that him and Rashawn Holmes doing that. Of course, there are 2 guys that are coming off the bench, but Buddy plays he plays starter minutes. And then you don't see him doing it with Rashawn, especially this year. Last year, I saw a lot of really nice passes to Rashawn. I think that's another guy that's kind of, gone under the radar and had a great season so far. But, I like what Buddy's doing. If all he's going to do is fire away from 3, that's totally fine with me. I think it spaces the floor. It makes things easier for just about everybody. The defense is drawn to him, but he's got to take advantage of that. That's the next step. The defense is drawn to you. How many of your teammates are open? Or if you can make one pass, could it lead to a pass for a wide open dunk? Because the defenses are completely gravitating towards him at this point. And I would like to see him figure out a way to make his teammates better, which I just don't think he does yet.
Yeah, and I know you're not saying anything on the contrary, but I have no problem with how Buddy Hield has played. Like, obviously, yeah, if he could be a better playmaker, that'd be great. But as far as coming in, and I feel like you can tell me if this is not what Luke is thinking, but that's his job. His job probably isn't to get a couple assists a game. It's to get a couple of threes while you're out there, right? Like, his job is to be, we talked about Terrence Davis at the beginning of the season, but Buddy's job is to be the microwave. right? Like Buddy's job is to go out there and give this team a certain dynamic from beyond the arc and just scoring wise that will add to what they can already do with that starting unit. So I like the way Buddy has played so far this year. He's had a couple of stinkers but literally only a couple out of 10 games, like maybe 2 or 3 that you can point out where it's like,
Yeah,
he just wasn't off. But even then, it was just more so he just was missing shots. Not that he wasn't getting good looks or, he was just playing mindless basketball. I like the way he's played so far.
yeah. I mean, I think when you look at him, that's the problem though. It's like if he's missing shots, what's the value? And that's where it's like, look, if you're going to miss shots, I can't have you go from 3.6 assists a game last season to 1.8. That's not good enough. I mean, so that's where I'm like, look, there has to be some sort of give and take. But you're right. I mean, he's only had, I think it's probably 2 or 3, like you said, games where you're just like, oh boy. And it's not like there's someone else who's sitting there that's played so incredibly well that you would bench Buddy, because everyone knows Buddy can miss his first 10 and hit his next 6. That's just the way that he is. And it's fun. I think the one thing
it's maddening.
It is. No, you're right. You're right. But like walking into the building yesterday, that was dreadful. Like the Kings missed like their first 2 shots, and that place you could hear like sneakers squeaking and the ball bouncing. You could have heard a pin drop. It was so quiet. There was no way to feed off of anything. And sometimes you need that. And you're a professional team, but when you play an entire season with nobody in the gym, and then you get a home game and you've already won 2 on the homestand, and you get a home game and you're hoping for a big crowd, and that's what happens. You show up and the place is like you're visiting a mortuary for the first 15 minutes of the game. There's no one in the seats. Finally, when they do sit down, it's just not noisy at all. So like, look, sometimes you need that pick me up, and that just wasn't there. And so Buddy has an ability to pull that out of the fans. So when you have games like that where you feel it, or you feel the whole place is quiet and the rhythm isn't there and nothing's really feels right and is working, I would put Buddy in almost instantaneous and say, all right, dude, go fire it up. Go get whoever's here, get him going, because it was pretty dreadful early in the game on Sunday.
1320 Kings insider James Hamm with us. James, you said you evaluate in 10-game stretches, so I guess we're going to start the clock at 0 here today with the game against Phoenix, and we'll evaluate the next 10. But the first 10 overall, are you pleased with what you've seen? Like, where's the biggest room for improvement? Like, what do you think here? 10 games in the books.
Yeah, I love where they're at. I mean, I honestly think they left 2 or 3 wins on the table. And that's okay, because, this isn't a team that walks into the season that you're expecting them to win 50. And so you're just kind of clicking off the wins that they should have. Their schedule was extremely difficult to start the season. I thought they held their own against some of the best, the league has to offer, especially the Utah Jazz. That's a team that has systematically destroyed them in the last couple of seasons, embarrassed them, and they didn't get embarrassed. So I'm happy about that. I think the continuity of the team, like they're playing well together. They like each other. They're playing hard for each other. You got like most of the roster is pulling on one string, going the same exact direction. I think that they've put the noise. Like I know people keep asking. Even Luke was asked in pregame about Marvin, or maybe it was in postgame, about Marvin getting some minutes because the rebounding numbers were bad, and Luke said, well, we just out-rebounded Charlotte, and they've out-rebounded quite a few teams, actually. They have some games that is really bad and other games where it's like, hey, they win the rebounding battle. But
they out-rebounded Charlotte because they didn't miss.
Yeah.
You shoot 55%, you're not going to leave your opponent with a chance to get many rebounds.
Well, and that's a good point, too. And when you shoot 37%, there's a lot of defensive rebounds just sitting there waiting. So the reason why the Kings got beat on the glass so handily is, number one, Indiana has 2 incredible monsters in the post, but also that the Kings missed all those shots. I mean, that the Kings didn't get a lot of second chance points, but for as many like frustrating offensive rebounds and stuff like that Indiana got, The second chance points battle was almost like square. Like the Kings did a good job of containing what they could control in that game. They couldn't control the shots going in. Outside of that, I thought they did pretty well. So, like, look, if I'm looking at the whole 10 games and I'm like, what do I need to see? Number one, we're going to keep saying this until we don't. I want the pace in the top 5 in the league, not the top 10 or 11. They had a couple of games that hurt their pace, especially Indiana as a team that just really came in and mucked it up. Well, if you're a really good team, you need to put that stamp, your stamp on the game. And I even I'll say this, the Kings were frustrated by this during the game. And I watched it happen multiple times. There was one official that would not let them push the pace, that every time the ball went out of bounds and they had like a foul on one end, they had a side out of bounds, Halliburton would run, grab the ball, stand there, throw it to the guy, and then beg for it to get the ball to inbounds it. And the guy wouldn't do it. He just kept strolling over and messing and letting Indiana set up their defense again and again and again. I thought that was really a strange thing that I was watching, where they didn't even try to speed up the game. The officials didn't. It's almost like they were in the same slow down mode that Indiana was. And so you're going to have like weird oddities to the game like that. But I think this team is onto something. I do. I think that when they hit their shots, they're one of the most exciting offensive teams in the league. When they're not hitting their shots, they're finding ways to grind. And I think that the strength of this team, the confidence of this team is just different than anything I've seen in a long time.
It's been mentioned a couple of different times about the possibility of Luke Walton kind of wearing these guys out, staying with the 8-9 man rotation. Do you think that one thing that I argued with that against, people were like, yo, he's got to play more guys or spread out the minutes a little bit. I don't know if there's anybody left really. Do you see any change in the rotation moving forward? Assuming, I think last night they went 9. Terrence Davis got 5 minutes and then he got in trouble and put on the bench. But do you see any more than 9 for a night for Luke Walton's rotation, or is there anybody that you think should be getting minutes that aren't getting minutes right now?
Absolutely not. No, I think this is like old school basketball is an 8 or 9 man rotation, 8.5 man rotation. And you got some solid players. You got some solid pieces that are doing good work. And I think also you have some solid young guys that need this time on the court right now to get better. And if that means that someone gets left behind, sometimes that's on them. And so while I feel bad for Terrence Davis because he's not getting really the opportunity to shoot himself out of his slump, and I'll also tell you this, it's very strange. Like people keep saying, oh, throw Luke King in there, throw Luke King in there. Well, Luke King's not going to do any better in like 5 minutes a game. That's just not the way it works. But
sorry, Louis King erupted this weekend in Stockton, James.
He's been incredible. Yeah, he's averaging 30 a game. I get it.
Right. He's what we need. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah. But when I look at sort of the way that he's doing this, like Terrence Davis had an incredible camp. That is what everyone's saying. They're like, it really is a bummer to see this happen like this because he was so good in camp. And so
is he in his own head? Do you think
gotta be?
Yeah. I mean, he's a confidence player. And I'll bring up what happened last year again. He had a couple of ragtag games to start. He got an opportunity to play substantial minutes one night and he went off. He went off like crazy, right? And he had one of his better games of his career, super exciting. Well, we had the issue that he'd been traded to the Kings and we had not spoken to him since the trade. And he had not spoken to the media in Toronto at all. And so he had gotten off-season trouble and then they held him out and did not let him speak to the media all the way through the season until he was traded. So when that happens, it is on us as media to hold him accountable and ask the questions and make sure that we understand the story the best that they can. And so I asked him about his off the court issues. If he had already been asked and answered those questions before, that's one thing. But the fact that he had not done that, it left it open and almost like mandatory that the next time that he spoke to the media, whenever that might be, 60 games into a season, that we have to ask him. And so the reason I bring this up is from that moment on, he went into a tailspin for like 3 or 4 games. And then he had one game where he snapped out of it and he was right back to who he was before. So again, I think it is a confidence thing. It's something that, he is an emotional player. He's a guy that also wears it on his sleeve. And so when he had like a setback, even though the setback was off the court, I felt like it impacted him. And so now what we're seeing is, he's having some rough times and he's an emotional guy. And if he gets a couple of shots to go down, he'll be just fine. He was in the Charlotte game. I mean, he's the guy that cracked it open in the first quarter. He hit, I think he had 8 points in 3 minutes and pushed the lead to 20. And boom, game was over. And so like, look, there's going to come a point in this season where you need him big time. And you just have to make sure that when that does happen, that he's ready to play and that he's still engaged fully, because that's always difficult too. I mean, we're talking about a third-year player. He is very young in basketball life on the court.
Well, you've got to start that long drive to the Golden One Center. When you get there, go say something nice to Terrence Davis. Maybe it'll help, James. Come on.
We don't get that close to him anymore. We don't get that close.
Oh, that's it. That's a.
I'm
sorry.
Nice shoes, Terrence.
Yeah.
Let's go, TD. You got him, buddy.
Yeah.
Great stuff as always, James. We appreciate you. It's another busy week of Kings basketball, which means you'll be here throughout the week. So we'll be locked into you tonight, and then we'll catch up again on Wednesday.
Sounds good, guys.
All right, Jason Jones of The Athletic going to join us. A couple of quick hits, couple of overreactions, a lot more ahead here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore on ESPN 1320. Clear.
Nice.
Sweet.
Have to go.
Yeah, go ahead.
James, hey, we'll see you soon, man.
Are you guys coming out to the game tonight?
I am coming, but I'm coming as a fan. So
Oh.
I'm going with my mom. So
Nice.
maybe
Oh,
we'll-
nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Rolling Elk Grove gets to go to the Kings game tonight.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Not me.
Damien, no?
No, I'm not going tonight.
No. All right. Yeah, it should be
No.
interesting. This is another one of those, litmus tests. Like,
No, wait.
where are you gonna be?
I think they were. I had the number. I need to pull it up. They were out rebounded by. Oh, what is it? They were out rebounded by 16 last time they played.
Kings.
And Ayton had 21.
And they won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
The only stat that matters, I will always say the only stat that matters is the win-loss column.
Yeah.
It's just in Sacramento, we haven't got to see that in so long that it doesn't, it doesn't feel that way. But like, again, people are like, oh, Mo Harkless, he's not nearly as good as Marvin Bagley. And it's like, he is. You just don't understand how he's better. And
Yeah, he's very much better.
Yeah.
I know. Listening to opposing announce teams talk about him though is aggravating because they
really?
just that's who you want. Mo Harkless shooting it. That's what you want. You want just put Mo Harkless out there. He ain't gonna hurt you. I've watched 3 second day away teams and every single one of them they just act like Mo Harkless is just some like bum.
Yeah, that's not the case. And do they not see him defending like some of the most difficult covers?
Yeah.
And he plays physical and he chirps and he's talking trash the whole
does,
time. I
yeah.
mean, he's a guy that he flies under the radar. I will say this though, the fact that he isn't a knockdown shooter and that he's most of the time in that left corner, a lot of time he's in the left corner. I think it hurts Fox, like in the starting lineup, just because if he's not hitting that shot, a lot of times you'll see Fox and Harrison do the 2-man game, but we haven't seen enough of that lately. And so I think they need to get back to some of those basics and then even move Mo to the other side to open up some of that spacing for him. Anyway, yeah, hopefully Halliburton's all right. That's a bummer that he's questionable because he's been really good. And I could even see tonight, I could see Davion getting his first start.
I was when I don't think they would go to Buddy. I think what Buddy's doing right now is just working too well. Like, why change it? I'd rather shoot. Even if you're just going to play Terrence to start him, I'd rather them do that.
Yeah, the only concern is whether you're going to get ripped by Devin Booker, and I think that Terrence isn't he's not a bad defender, but he's not like Davion. I mean, Davion against Chris Paul or Davion against Booker. Either way, I'm feeling pretty solid about that. Yeah, that's not a big matchup. That team has some matchup issues with the Kings. I don't, who they're going to roll. Oh, JaVale McGee. That's who's going to be in there at center. JaVale usually gives the Kings a little bit of fits, but yeah, it should be all right.
He's big and scrappy.
Yeah, and a little crazy. Got a little crazy up in there.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, so sweet. All right. Well, hey, good seeing you. And
likewise.
We'll see you on Wednesday.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, James.
Cool.
All right, man. James Hamm, and we're so lucky that dude's on our team. I'm still bugging out, man. I feel like my camera looks so different, and it's driving me nuts. I seriously can't figure out why. Like, I feel like my whole setup looks different. Still got Jason Jones on the way. Y'all go to DeloandKC.com, though. We dropped some new merch there. We dropped some. I can't lie. I think that Las Vegas edition shirt is kind of dope. That Las Vegas edition hoodie is kind of dope. It's over at DeloandKC.com. We'll do a sale if the Kings win. Hey, Jilly's here. He isn't in there to be better offensively than Bagley. He's out there to give you defense, and anything else is cherry on top. Oh, Mo Harkless. Yeah, definitely. Appreciate our man James Hamm, 1320 Kings Insider, for hanging out with us here on this 49ers Monday. Brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. Always love when I talk about Go City Center, and I talk about Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing and all of that good stuff at 49ers Monday. And it's like, yeah, let's get back to talking Kings basketball, man, because the Kings and the 49ers have played on the same day at the same time all 3 weeks of the NBA season. There all are a couple of 49er notes here. This from Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan said he does not expect Jalen Hurd to be available at any point this season. So that's a bummer. Kyle Shanahan also said Mohamed Sanu had a knee sprain and he'll be out for a while. Of course he will. He's like 45 years old. And let's just stick with this, Casey. Kyle Shanahan said the 49ers have crushed Kenny Caraway's dreams and will not put in a claim on Odell Beckham Jr. due to financial reasons.
Of course they won't.
There are some updates from your San Francisco 49ers.
Of course they won't. They're turning into a disaster. And this is one of the guys, and myself, who's been a very I've defended him. I've defended Kyle and John and this franchise and everything. This has been a disaster. This year, everything about it has been a disaster. So I said it earlier, the clock is ticking. It has started on Kyle Shanahan, whether I like him or not. The things that are going on are indefensible. Just being real. The clock has started. So he won't get fired in the offseason. But if they come out this time next year, and struggle like this, he could get fired mid-season.
Luke Walton outlasting Kyle Shanahan was a storyline I wasn't prepared for this season, but could be on the way. It could be on the way.
That's crazy.
It's definitely, that's definitely a wild storyline, and that's a reach. Like, Kyle Shanahan is going nowhere. They just drafted a quarterback. They've got to get Trey Lance out there.
You think Kyle Shanahan is locked in to stay to the end of the next season? Like, if he does,
yes.
I think the end of next season would be the soonest, probably. But
yes.
I think if they're 3-5, 3-6 next season,
that's not bad enough. That's not bad enough. I think I think it has to be disastrous for them for him to lose his job. It would have to be disastrous. like
Well,
1-6, 1-7.
The clock has started.
Okay.
And I'm not saying I'm trying to drive him there. You know,
Well, it sounds
Kyle's my
like
guy.
it sounds like you're trying to take him to SFO. Is what it sounds like to me.
Oh, Kyle's my guy.
What a heel turn.
I wanted to work with my guy Kyle Shanahan, but I can't. Look, I can't defend him if he's not getting the wins. If we're not making the playoffs, what does Kyle want me to do? I can't come on these airways or any airways or on my Twitter and defend what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to give me something to defend. Right now, he's not.
Biggest heel turn since The Rock joined the corporation, right there. My goodness, that's your guy. You just hit him in the back. You just Seth Rollins him in the back of the head with a chair. That's all right. That's all right.
But I mean, John Bull is correct, and we all knew this. As frustrating as this season has been for a guy like myself and most 49er fans, all 49er fans, the bottom line is Trey Lance. If Trey Lance works, Kyle Shanahan will be here as long as Trey Lance is good. If it doesn't work, then Kyle Shanahan will go immediately. And hell, he might even know that. Maybe that's why he doesn't have the sense of urgency everybody else wants, because, we want to win games, but my future is predicated on the success or lack thereof of Trey Lance. And that's really what it comes down to.
We're going to dive back into the Kings coming up here in just a few minutes, including those keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. So that's on the way. You'll also hear from Luke Walton coming up here in just a couple of minutes as the Sacramento Kings get ready to take on the Phoenix Suns for the second time. I could be wrong. And as a matter of fact, I have a quick way to check this before we touch on a couple of quick hits in the NFL. Yep. The Phoenix Suns have not lost a game since Harrison Barnes hit that three. That was the last time Phoenix lost.
Off the top of my head, I'll just go to the team because I was trying to think of what that schedule is like. I know they played the Rockets, they beat the Hawks, and I don't know who else they played.
All I know is they're 5-3 right now. They've won 4 in a row.
Yeah, schedule opened up a little bit.
Okay.
Cavs, who's actually playing really well.
Cavs are playing really well.
But they had the Pelicans, they had the Rockets, then they beat the Hawks the other night. So, like you said,
what are the Hawks doing right now?
4-6 on the season.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, like Trae Young said, they just can't get. They've had so much success that they just can't get hyped up for the regular season. It's kind of boring.
It's too bad for Bogey. I really just wanted to be happy for dude. I just really wanted to be excited for Bogey. So hopefully things turn around for him because Lord knows he deserves it.
How's the Elites been doing?
Yeah, I haven't heard from him since the very first game of the season. I've heard nothing about that dude since opening night of the NBA season. And boy, everybody had some hot Twitter fingers on opening night of the season when M&UB Elites remembered how to play basketball. Haven't seen it since though. But y'all, do your thing.
Real quick, because I know
Belly
we got quick hits before the basketball thing. But just looking at the Kings right now, the thing that everybody said, 10 games, that's all it is. But looking at what everybody said, if they were just better, not even average, not even top 10, if they were just better than they were last year when they were a sinkhole on defense, this will be a team that easily could be in the playing situation. Well, right now they're 500 and they are 20th in defense, points per game wise. They are 7th in scoring offense. So top 10 offensive team.
I think Friday night had a better.
Friday night they might have went from 18th to 7th after Friday.
I think they went from 11th to 7 after Friday's game.
Dropped 140. Their point per game is going up, up, up.
And with Sacramento Kings wins comes Sacramento Splash. The people are calling for it. Can we get the Sacramento Splash recipe posted over on @IMKDiddy on Twitter?
Oh, I mean, they want it regardless, or they're looking for it tonight?
Well, if the Kings win tonight, don't we get some Sacramento Splash?
You get the Sacramento Splash tonight. Yeah, so you're going to get a little blueberry lemonade and McQueen and a Violet Fog gin for a Sacramento Splash if they get the win. Shout out to my people at McQueen. It's just, it's beautiful.
That's where it's at. Yes, indeed. Man, I just got an alert from GQ.
Oh.
Y'all got to stop putting Scottie Pippen on television. Stop putting Scottie Pippen in front of microphones. Stop this, man. What are y'all doing? Stop. Stop, man. He's doing this live thing with GQ, and I just feel like it's about to go bad. I feel like it's about to go bad.
It will. It's Scottie.
It's on like the Today Show. It's like, stop it. Like, y'all being opportunistic, man. Leave Scottie alone. Let him work out whatever issues I think, what is he selling?
Well, he's
bourbon or whiskey or something.
He got a book coming out. That's what's going on.
I thought they went hand in hand.
Yeah, they probably do. But he's doing all this.
No, but they're booking him. Like, someone just needs to go to Scottie and go, you're not well, Scottie. Like, maybe we'll pass. We'll pass. How about those Browns, though? How about the Cleveland Browns? Just a couple of quick hits before we get back to the Sacramento Kings here. That was a game I was watching closely. This odd trend with Odell Beckham Jr. continues. We'll know if he was claimed off waivers by 4:00 tomorrow. By the way, what a joke the reporting surrounding Odell Beckham Jr. was. All of these insiders were in such a rush to get this deal out there, to get these numbers out there. They put out these numbers, a couple 100,000. It's the Von Miller deal. Nope, that's wrong. It's actually 7.5 million. In the middle of the weekend, we find out none of those reports are true. It's about half of all of that. And every report that you had read about Odell Beckham Jr. was wrong. And guess what? They still didn't file the waiver thing, or they didn't officially waive him until today. Until like it was maybe an hour or two ago. But the odd trend of the Browns being really good when Odell Beckham Jr. isn't around continued yesterday as they beat the Bengals, who, boy, they look a little bit different in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
They beat the Bengals 41-16 yesterday.
I was scrolling something. I was scrolling on Twitter, and I don't know if I was in a place where I could actually listen, but my partner, Damian Barling, tweeted out that the Bengals are 0-2 since Stephen A said what? I really don't know what he said.
Stephen A. Smith said that Joe Burrow is better than Lamar Jackson. And if he was starting, he was like, Joe Burrow is just different. I'm telling you right now, Joe Burrow is a different type of football player. My man's got some zip on the ball. And if he was playing those wretched Dallas Cowboys, I'm telling you, he'd throw like 27 touchdowns in one game. And it's like, dude, wait a minute. You're basing this off the fact the Bengals beat the Ravens? You're out here riding that Joe Burrow? They ain't won a football game since. My man has thrown 3 touchdowns and 3 interceptions since that was uttered.
Oof.
Meanwhile, the Ravens win yesterday 34-31.
Coming from behind and getting the come from behind victory.
Explain to me why Lamar Jackson, an MVP who has done nothing but win in this league, continues to get disrespected by the people who cover it.
Because it's not conventional quarterbacking the way they like to see it. That's why.
It's ridiculous.
But all he does
is what do you want this man to do? He's gonna shatter all of Michael Vick's records, all of them. And Lamar Jackson's name is going to be synonymous with the running quarterback. But he's still throwing the ball effectively.
Yep.
His team does nothing but win. And y'all like Joe Burrow? What?
And I like Joe Burrow. But he's not Lamar Jackson right now.
Goofy.
You know what? This calls for an exclusive sound from Lamar Jackson.
What more do you want from me?
The cries.
Lamar Jackson could legitimately be an MVP this year.
Yeah.
Like right now, we talked about like what are the chances are we get a repeat MVP. Aaron Rodgers, he ain't get this is the NFL. He could still very well get it. It ain't gonna be Patrick Mahomes. I'm looking at Lamar. I don't think Matt Stafford's been good enough. I think Matt Stafford's been good. I don't think he's been good enough. Kyler Murray's out. Yo, give me the reason it's not Lamar right now. It ain't y'all. They wanted to anoint Josh Allen, make him the next Nikola Jokic. What ain't him?
Yeah, man. The respect needs to be put on Lamar Jackson's name, and it never is.
It's crazy. Never. Absolutely never is.
Somebody have to get a number 8 jersey, man. Stop playing.
Man, that purple's nice. And purple's nice. Jaguars beat the Bills in another moment yesterday. Raiders lost. Cowboys lost.
The Titans are good, but
the Titans the Falcons aren't, and they beat the Saints yesterday at the buzzer.
Well,
they gave up a big play.
The only reason I say the Titans is because everybody thought they were done with Derrick Henry being out. And they go in there and they beat the Rams easily.
Yeah,
I didn't think the Titans were going to win last night.
Yeah.
So this is more so what I talk about with this league right now, just this specific year. Even the good teams aren't that good. Like, they're cool.
Oh my God, Miami won yesterday. I didn't even notice that. Yeah. Congratulations.
Miami got off the schneid.
The schneid. Oh, there you go. Well, just wait till next week, pal.
I remember when the Niners played the Broncos in London, and it was Troy Smith starting at quarterback for the Niners. Yeah, I was in and out of that game. I wasn't sitting there watching that.
Oh, Troy Smith. God bless him.
Yeah. But there's no these teams, there's just some good teams. There's no great teams out there. And good teams can get beat on any given Sunday. And we saw that. What the hell is Jacksonville doing beating the Bills? What's that all about? So that's the way I look at this league. It's going to make for an interesting playoffs. And I have no idea who's making the Super Bowl. Like I know the Rams are trying to buy themselves into the Super Bowl, and they're the Dodgers of football. But I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. The Rams are beatable, very beatable.
I love Ramsey. God bless him. Jumping here. Falcons have a better record than San Francisco. Yeah, guess what, Ramsey? They both stink.
Yeah,
they're both terrible. The Josh Allen on Josh Allen stuff sent the NFL media into an absolute frenzy yesterday. It was like funny. Oh, look at that. That's funny. And then it was like, okay, y'all are doing a bit too much with this. We get it. They got the same name.
Oh, that's what happened.
Josh Allen had an interception on Josh Allen. He also had a sack, and I think he had a fumble recovery. Josh Allen made life miserable on Josh Allen. And if you opened up your Twitter feed at the wrong time, that's all you saw, because everybody thought they were the first one to make the joke. Like we didn't know there were 2 Josh Allens in the league.
See, now you're feeling me sometimes with these jokes.
I have no
some of these jokes.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Lake Show.
I don't know what you're talking about.
and we have let it breathe, and the comedy has come back to that OK Lake Show clip. You got to let it breathe, man. Let that thing breathe.
Well, I think Dave Garcia 209 brought some life into it with the OK Drake flow design. That was selling like hotcakes over on DeLoandKC.com. That's actually a lie. It wasn't selling like hotcakes at all. It was selling terribly, just absolutely terribly. But
real quick, I was just going to ask you, NFL, do you agree with my take that there's just even the best teams aren't that good?
Well, I'll tell you what I do agree with, that it's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore, and you're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ. Nope, that's...
Oh, boy.
All right.
Oh, boy.
All right. Cut this from then 3, 2, and...
Oh, it's live, pal.
Okay, there's my bad. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320, KIFM, West Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Had to get all that in. There's no team that I look at and go, okay, this team's the favorite. Not the Rams, not the Cardinals, not the Packers. I don't think there's a dominant team out there right now. No. I'm with you in that sense. There's not a team. I think there are teams that are very good. I think the Arizona Cardinals are really good. And I think, we might be looking at what happened to the 49ers yesterday as this big, the 49ers stink, which is accurate. But I'm also looking at it as like, the Cardinals are more than they're more than Kyler Murray. Like they're a really good football team. They're really good on both sides of the ball. But I didn't leave going, oh my gosh, who's going to stop them? I think they're good. I still think the Rams are good. The Titans beat the Rams. I can't buy into that team just because I can't see Ryan Tannehill doing it without Derrick Henry. I believe in Derrick Henry enough to see Ryan Tannehill doing it with, being able to pull off a deep playoff run. I just can't imagine you lose a guy who has a legitimate claim to an MVP and just go, oh, no, they'll be fine.
Right.
And that's a stretch for me.
Right. People talk about the Bucks. No, my thing. The Bucks, whenever they play a good team, they lose.
Yeah, but when it comes playoff time, I'm gonna believe in. I'm gonna believe in Tom Brady until they lose. I'm gonna believe in that team until they lose.
I'll tell you like this: Tampa Bay. Let's just say they win the division, so they'll get that. They'll either get a bye or they'll
which isn't going to be handed to them, by the way.
Mm-mm.
And that was a tough loss for the Saints yesterday.
Tough loss for the Saints.
They needed that.
Tough loss for the Cowboys. But I'll put it to you like this.
Cowboys will be fine. They're still going to win the division. They'll be fine.
They will, but I mean tough loss as far as trying to get that number 1 seed.
Sure.
Them and Tampa Bay, kind of have easy pickings the rest of the way. They may have to play Dak a little bit more than we realize.
Yeah.
But I'm picking any team that you think is good in the NFC. I'm picking them to beat it at the Bucks. I really am. Rams, Packers, Cowboys, Cardinals. I think they're all better than the Bucks.
Okay. Yeah, I could rock with that. We got our keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage coming up here in just a second. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man, Bobby. Bobby, what's happening, baby?
Bobby.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Good, man. How you doing, man?
Good, man. Just feeling a little bit of your pain about the Niners and the Kings. These Sundays have not been doing us well, guys.
No, they've
like double whammy.
Yeah, they've sucked. Can I get a good joyous Sunday at some point?
My wife, at the end of the day, she's like, "What's wrong with you?" I'm like, "It's another bad Sunday. Both teams are getting banged." It's terrible, So I just love you guys. We echo the same vibes. It's good therapy to call you guys, but it's like, man, I feel you on Lamar though. Like, if he gets it done in the playoffs, he'll get his respect because we know that's to be real, it's.
Yeah.
Sometimes appearance matters. It's like, dude, the dude is raw, man. He is the MVP right now. I was a dual threat quarterback, and I was a different appearance, and it's like, he's raw, man.
Yeah.
I hope he gets it done in the playoffs, though, because if he gets it done in the playoffs, guys are going to, oh, Lamar. It's like, no, he's been balling now for damn near 3 years.
Yeah, that's facts.
Like, yeah, and it's like, look at I love Mahomes, but man, he's just, Ryan Clark was ripping him this morning. I have to kind of agree. He looks broken. It's like, bro, you need to start playing disciplined football, check down football, take some notes from, Brady and take, you take what the defense gives you.
Yeah.
Stop trying to make big plays. And it's just, you guys are right though, man. This is a weird year in the NFL. Yesterday it ruined my cards. I was up throughout the year and it's like yesterday was just a debauchery. Like just everyone who thought was going to win lost.
Yeah.
So the NFL is just weird, man. It's, but no, you guys are doing a heck of a job. I hope the Kings get back on track. And we stay on De'Aaron, guys. He needs to – we're on him, KC, you and I. Like, man, stop doing it with the – this needs to mean more to you, man. I'm not saying it doesn't, but, like, you're the top dog because we got other dudes looking like it needs to mean more to you because when you're making what you're making, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like the whole
and I think it means the world to De'Aaron Fox. I really do believe that. I don't want to disrespect him, but I just – For me to feel comfortable, this is just a Kenny Caraway thing. I want to see more fire from that dude, man. It's just he just kind of goes with the motion, goes with the flow, and
he just needs a win. I think that's what not a Sacramento Kings win. Like he needs a win. He needs the team to do well. He needs the team to win a game, but he needs that 27-10, or 27-9. And then he needs just a stretch of a couple of good things to go right for him, man. I think he's going to be fine. I'm not out. I'm not out yet.
Two things. What's the Wu-Tang song where they say Bobby? I'm drawing a blank on it.
I don't know.
Where's Dope Ones? I know he knows, but they Bobby. Bobby. That's what I think about when I hear Bobby. But then the other thing is the Super Sunday. That's what we're calling it now, where the Kings and the Niners play that we have not had any type of success on so far. Well, it gets the Sunday off next Sunday.
Thank goodness.
And it moves to Monday because we have a Monday Night Football game and the Kings are in Detroit next Monday.
For real?
Yeah.
Are you serious? Come on, man. These two teams have not played at the same time since the basketball season started.
Let me see if I can help you out here. I think so. There's Monday, Friday. The following Sunday, there's no Kings game.
Is it after Thanksgiving?
Before Thanksgiving.
Okay,
before Thanksgiving, no Kings game. Then the Sunday after Thanksgiving, they play Memphis at 3:00, and I'm pretty sure the Niners might play on the East Coast that week. Though that might be a 10. I don't know if that's the Vikings or the Jaguars game, but yeah, they'll be doing it again. Another Super Sunday.
Keys to the Game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. It's going to have to wait. We're going to come back. We've got Jason Jones of The Athletic set to join us, and we will have your Keys to the Game brought to you by Sac City Mortgages. We've got Kings basketball again tonight. It is the Kings, and it's the Suns. We'll let you know how they can get the victory. That's coming up next here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com.
Was it
Can
a
you give me
Riff
a
song?
count on those?
I thought it was
4 more.
No more. Any more City Center? No more City Centers?
No.
Okay.
So
I thought it was a Ghostface song too. Now that I think about it, but our man Mario Restores says it was Bobby Digital on the RZA album. But it was a fairly new song, actually. Not new, but it was like after 36 Chambers and all that other stuff.
Man, I put up like 10 pieces of new merchandise. Cole's like, man, I don't see anything on here. Like, word? It had me checking the website in the middle. Like, wait a minute. I know I saw people have bought it. Like, what do you mean? We got new King's Legacy stuff up there.
A little
more than a podcast joint up there.
A mini house show here. Do you see Nia Jax got?
Oh, you want me to get out your way so you can? I know you want to do the 13th round.
We can do it tomorrow.
You sure?
Yeah, we can do it tomorrow.
I did. I saw that late. I didn't see that when we got all the news about the releases, but
I don't know why they're releasing so many people.
I don't know, man.
Does he have the belt?
Oh, that's right.
Oh
man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's gotta change.
That's a good point.
It's a good call there, Jesse. It's a good call.
Good point. Let's
Maybe
go
we'll do that
here
tomorrow after Power Rankings.
Okay.
I need some time to think about this.
Yeah. Boom. We in here. Look at those two handsome faces. Boom. Huh?
Those are fire.
Lux
Those are fire.
Lux. Got this new.
Look at the old school joint, though. Y'all stop playing with us. We got the old school.
Man. Oh, now. And you know we got the Royal up. We put the Royal up here. Let's
Might have
just
to
go.
get some joggers. Are the joggers slim? Because you know I like my joggers slim. Damn, how many examples they give us?
Soft fat. I don't know. Cozy, unisex. These all print joggers. Kenny, I don't know.
I'll take my chance.
Order a small. I'll order you a small today.
I'll make it a medium.
There, I got another.
Small could get crazy.
I got another pair that's gonna drop later. The joggers. Buy full D-Lo and Casey sweatsuits now. I legit got old school more than a podcast joint. Updated it with the D-Lo and Casey logo though. Come on, man.
What?
Did I forget to put the Vegas? I love this. I think this came out so
yeah.
clean.
That's definitely on the list. I definitely got to pull up on that. That's
Where's the
Bando.
You got that right there.
I'm gonna have so many hoodies.
Yeah, for real.
I have a lot of hoodies
with our show logo on it. I didn't put this on a hoodie because it was too small.
Oh,
Dumb.
There was some. Oh, this is nothing. I got to give a shout out. And look, they don't know I even exist, but shout out to Jamie's Cafe out here in El Grove. We had breakfast over there. Some good stuff, man. Some good stuff. I'm going back over there, man. And man, the music that was played in there, we could have just went through the discussion we had earlier about songs that we knew when I was like 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
They were playing them all.
Oh, there we go.
They were playing them all.
Okay.
So big ups to Jamie's Cafe, man. I like that place. Good breakfast
stuff
there too, and had some good mimosas. They need to get some Luke Belair.
Get that Luke Belair in there. Yeah.
They need that.
Get that Luke Belair in there.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a wait, Coach BT. A little bit of a wait. 45 minutes, a little too long, but it was good.
I know. See, this is what happens. She thinks it's 4:18 right now, but it's not. It's 3:18. It's okay. We still got a ways to go. So I know.
Did we ever confirm what that was about with daylight side?
I know.
When they take away an hour of daylight. Well, I guess in the morning you give it to them, but it's just not necessary. And Cole said we did vote on it.
What did we vote on?
We voted on daylight saving time.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Would they just say to hell with it?
I guess so.
I don't care what these people want. It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore, and you get more with D-Lo and KC. We got Jason Jones of The Athletic set to join us here in just a heartbeat. Kenny Caraway, but before we do... Got Kings basketball tonight. Sacramento Kings and the Phoenix Suns. And we've got your keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. Unlock your homeowner dreams with the People's Lender, SacCityMortgage.com. Now, here's the thing, KC. Sacramento Kings were out-rebounded by 16 the last time these two teams played. 56-40. Now, that's been a running theme with the Kings all season. However, two things of note. One, despite being out-rebounded by 16, they won the game by 3. Of course, that was the Harrison Barnes three-point buzzer beater. Also of note, DeAndre Ayton won't be playing tonight. He's already been ruled out. DeAndre Ayton was good for 21 of the Phoenix Suns' 56 rebounds.
Damn.
So keep that in the back of your head as well. But here's what I'm looking for. You talk about a key to the game. The key to the game is very, very simple. I can't believe I'm about to say this. I actually had to I had to pause for a second. Buddy Hield.
What?
Buddy Hield got him some the first time these two teams played. 8 of 17 from the field. 7-11 from a 3, 26 total points. 7 of 11. That's elite, Kenny. I need elite Buddy Hield tonight. And the Kings will get the victory. It's Keys to the Game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. Unlock your homeowner dreams with the People's Lender. SacCityMortgage.com as we welcome in our man, Jason Jones of The Athletic. Jason, man, we have all these D-Lo and KC hoodies that are taking over the region, and I want you to know, man, we created a new logo with you 100% in mind. Okay. Dead serious. You were on like a week or two ago, and I think you had like a Raiders hoodie on, or it was something that was silver and black. And I thought, wouldn't it be dope if we had the D-Lo and KC logo in silver and we put it on a black hoodie? When in fact, it does look dope. And we posted it on DLoandKC.com over the weekend. It's the Jason Jones hoodie. I'm going to rename it. Right now it's named Las Vegas Edition. I'm going to rename it the Jason Jones hoodie.
I thought of Las Vegas Edition, but I'll take credit for it. I'll go ahead and, silver and black generally looks good and everything. So,
hey, and I'm not no hater. It's fire. It's fire. I like black. I like the color black, man. You know what I'm saying? Obviously I like red too, but I like the color black, man. It's a fire hoodie. I'm gonna get one.
Yeah, I'm in my girlfriend's place, so I got all this red. She's a Delta, so like all this red is around me, but generally I'm a blue, purple and gold, silver and black,
Trolling sessions with Jason Jones has begun here on
but you know what, though? I just thought about something. And we're going to talk about the Kings. But remember, Jason Jones works at The Athletic. He does cultural stuff. He does a little bit of everything. So he's a good guy to ask. We had a discussion earlier in the show about, pop culture, right? There's pop culture and then there's the culture.
Right.
Pop culture, they get to these games, you see it a lot overseas, you see it in the Northeast, and they play this Sweet Caroline, right? And everybody knows the words and they belt out the words of the song. I don't even know what the hell that song is, but we know that's their bag. So I asked the question, I said, what would be the culture's version of Sweet Caroline?
Now, before you don't start throwing out suggestions, let the man answer first, and then you can give him your take, which is terrible, and I'll give him mine, which is correct.
No, yours is terrible.
Mine is not terrible.
There's no way. That's a good
question. I got to think about that. What would be the culture song where everybody, because
they be out there, bump. They be so excited when that part come on.
Let me tell him. So maybe he can think and have his. Here's the thing. I said you can make the argument that it could be for a certain demographic. If you're about 19 to about 45, it may be Dreams and Nightmares. Meek Mill. It may be that they go crazy for Dreams and Nightmares. But I said the correct answer is Frankie Beverly and Maze, Before I Let You Go. That is the answer. Yeah. Damian says, what'd you say?
I said, can we talk?
Can we talk? Tevin Campbell?
Yeah. Tevin Campbell, come on. Everybody singing it. Is your girl home? Put Tevin Campbell on the loudest device that you have. Turn it up real loud and see if she come in the room singing it.
See, she might not do that, though, because you see that back in the day, when I made the mistake of telling her that when I was a youngster back in the day, Tevin Campbell was the thing I played for the little girls in 8th grade.
Oh, yeah.
She might be like, I don't want to hear no Tevin Campbell. Who was that girl in middle school you played that for, though? But it's got, I think, if Frankie Beverly and Maze is always going to be up there. I think if you hear Love and Happiness by Al Green, no matter how old you are, you hear that, don't. I think everyone knows that. But yeah, I think for the younger, I think Dreams and Nightmare. I think what did Jay-Z say one time? Meek went to the studio and just had a night. When he recorded that, he just, sometimes you catch one.
Yeah. And I also said, Before I Let You Go, you can get the 21, 20-year-old, 19-year-olds because Beyonce with the remake gave it another.
Well, you could get the 21-year-olds because our parents played it not ours, but because I'm the parent playing it, but like it's been played everywhere.
Yeah.
And I think it's like a rite of passage. At some point, you have been at a Frankie Beverly and Maze show. Even if you didn't intend to be there. What?
I've never been to one. Not a show. I ain't gone to a lot of shows, though.
I think I've been to at least one or two, and I don't know how you just. I think it's like part of life. You have at some point, everyone I know has seen Frankie Beverly and Maze.
The other one that somebody else pointed out, which I think it's on the short list, is Poison. Poison might be up there.
That might be that actually might be the one because it's not just for the culture. Like you're not going to have a stadium, full of black people. Like, you know what I mean? There's going to be other people mixed in there.
Fight. I'm telling you.
But they're going to know it's driving me out of my. Everybody's going to know that part.
That's on the list. That's definitely got to be on the list.
That's high. That's. I think that's above Meek Mill. Meek Mill skews. It skews younger, and it like if it's a basketball game, maybe like
That's what I'm saying. Whatever the Nightmare drop, they go crazy.
I think when the Eagles had their Super Bowl run, that was like the song. Even though the song had been out, that was their song during that run. So it probably gave other people. Cause I mean, I didn't know how big Meek was in Philly until I went to a game after he got out of jail. He came to the game and everyone went crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the West Coast. I'm thinking everybody laughing at this dude because Drake is clowning them. In Philly, different ball game for me. So, but yeah, I still, yeah, that definitely skews. That's definitely skews.
Ooh, that's gonna go crazy. Let's try
That
somebody to go
definitely
on.
skews younger. I mean, I think when I hear dreams and nightmares, I want to lift weights, or I want to fight, or I envision that
aggressive.
song in my mind. You play that song in your intro to WrestleMania, and WrestleMania's in Philly.
There you go. Yeah.
I think it's Frankie Beverly and Mays. So that's where that's gonna get my vote.
By the time WrestleMania gets to Philly, it'll be a 4-night extravaganza.
Well, they're gonna go back to different cities.
The old WrestleMania 2 gimmick. Live from Philadelphia, Miami, and Los Angeles. WrestleMania 42. Jason Jones of The Athletic with us here on D-Lo and KC. Jason, we always appreciate you being with us. Kings basketball again tonight. Kings and Phoenix, of course. Kings against Phoenix, excuse me. We saw the Kings get a win against them earlier this season. I don't know if you've noticed this. Phoenix hasn't lost since Harrison Barnes' shot went in at the buzzer. They've won the next 4. Comfortable schedule there for Phoenix, but what do you make of the Kings now 10 games into the season so far?
I like generally their defensive effort. If I pick what I don't like that. I don't think we really still haven't seen De'Aaron really be De'Aaron yet. I think we've seen a couple more glimpses of it, but then I kind of wonder if maybe just the idea of him averaging 25, 27 a night maybe just be too much to ask. I think maybe we wanted that progression to be like, okay, now it's going to be 25 and 9. It's not going there yet. And maybe this is just kind of where he'll be in that 20 to 24, 25 range. But I do think for this team to get to where they want to be, he can't be like, an 18, 19 guy.
Right.
I like what Harrison's doing. Harrison continues to, do what he did last season. I just wonder if they got enough around him to where you don't have to run Harrison into the ground again. But I like Alex Len. I think that's proven to be a solid addition because you needed another big body to go with Rashawn. And I just think he fits more in terms of just movement more so than Hassan did. I mean, Hassan was cool on one end, but, he's not going to run the way Alex runs. So, I mean, I see a lot of things I like. I mean, 5-5, it's not – I don't think it's terrible at all for them right now. And I do see a lot they can still build on, which to me is a good sign. I mean, we've had seasons with them after 10 games. You go, okay, they're going to win 28 this year. I don't see that with this team. I definitely see them trending in the right direction. Finally.
Yeah. Another thing about De'Aaron, and I guess I'll just keep asking this until somebody gives me the answer that I want. But, I feel like De'Aaron, his Kentucky freshman season and his first 2 seasons in the NBA, there was a level of intensity and fire that came with De'Aaron and ferociousness that came with De'Aaron Fox out there on the court. And we don't see that anymore. And I don't know if it's as simply as the fact that he's older and, I don't know. Is he older or whatever the case may be? But do you think that potentially affects his play a little bit? How it seems very passive nowadays and very even keeled, which could be a great thing. It doesn't have to be a bad thing. But I'd like to see a little more fire from him, man. Do you see a difference in his demeanor from when he was younger into now? And do you think that plays into the way he approaches the game every now and then?
See, I really don't, because outside of his year at Kentucky, one of the things the Kings privately and the coaches have all said was they wanted more fire from him. And I mean, that's been the thing his whole time. I know there were times even going back to Dave Yeager where he'd be like, run. I want you to take off. And it's like, they're saying we're bringing these other guards in because we want you to be frenetic. Go, go, go. And there's times where De'Aaron just didn't do that for whatever reason. I know even last season when Tyrese was hurt, he said he would notice that, maybe De'Aaron needed some help because he wasn't pushing it, the way that they would like to. So I would think that, I don't know if it's anything different. I just think this is just the way he is, personality wise, he's not going to be the big rah yell, slap the bench because things aren't going. That's just not him. Like that presser he did last week, where he's like, "Yeah, I know if I'm playing bad, I ain't got to go home and worry about it. I know I play bad." That's 100% authentically De'Aaron Fox. Because I've talked to him away from the cameras, and he'll be like, "Yeah, I know I'm playing bad. What do you want me to do? But I'm not going to sit around and go home, be around my family sad because I had a bad game." That's just how he is. And I just think that there's just some adjustments still going on. You're still figuring out, and it's not just him. I think we expect more of him. I don't think we've seen the best of Tyrese yet. We've seen glimpses of it. I actually think probably the most consistent couple of guys have probably been Harrison and Buddy. And they're also two of the on the older end. I get that Rashawn as well. I don't want to diss Rashawn. I was talking about the guards, but Rashawn too. But they're also guys who are older. I mean, and yeah, this is year 5 from De'Aaron, but I think we're still probably going to see some moments where he's looking like he's still figuring it out all the way. So I wouldn't say that he doesn't have the fire. I just think that the way he is, his personality, he's never going to be that guy where, I'm trying to think, if you contrast him to a guy like, like Buddy, who's just constantly going, he's not going to be that guy. But De'Aaron does care. But I think they also would love to see him, as somebody once told me, turn it on more. Don't pick and choose your spots. Turn it on, keep it on. Yeah. And that's been a criticism and a critique from the organization for a while with him. We want to see that more. And it's because I think what makes it tough is that we've seen him do it. Like those 4th quarters that he had last season, you go, oh my God. But where was this guy for the first 3 quarters? Yeah. Can we get that guy who was player of the week, 3 of the 4 weeks in the month?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's just going to be the thing. And I think when you compare to Kentucky year, I don't know what Cal does to those guys, but they're afraid of Cal. I mean, DeMarcus, when I talked to him about, he's like, "Man, you don't mess with Cal." He said, DeMarcus told me Cal told him, "You are not allowed to shoot beyond 15 feet. Pretend there's like a chain or something like a rope attached to you. And if you get past 15 feet, you are not allowed to shoot." And he did it.
Wow.
So yeah, I just think Cal was Cal had De'Aaron turning guys defensively constantly, and it was Cal. But I just think I don't know. It's a weird thing because, like I said, when you see it, you go, "Wow, it's amazing." But it kind of goes back to that notion. I talked to some people in the league who feel like maybe De'Aaron really is better suited to be a number 2. Maybe he can if he's going to be your number 1, you need a strong voice with him. And what you've had, I think Harrison's a strong presence, but he's not going to be that shake him up guy. I think that's why when Amon Shumpert was in town, Amon worked just because Amon didn't care. He was going to say what he was going to say, and they went so extreme to we got to get nice guys. It was like Dave would always say, "I got a ton of nice guys on this team." And he didn't mean that as a compliment.
Right.
Yeah.
But every time Yeager would say, "They're such nice guys," I'd be like, "Oh God, he's just digging at them." But they're so nice. Do they even care?
Right.
So I just think you've got a better mix of that. And it's just, I think we're just waiting for De'Aaron to take off again. And I think, I believe it's going to happen. I can't tell you when. Like I said, we've seen glimpses of it. It's just going to take a little time, and we're getting comfortable playing with Tyrese more. Because like I said, even last week, Tyrese was balling at the end of last year. He didn't have De'Aaron with him. Because even yesterday, that last shot, it's like, is that the shot you want? So I think there's still obviously things they're trying to figure out and sort out. And 10 games in, I think they're still in a good place.
Well, I'll ask Matt George tomorrow.
You're gonna get that answer from someone.
I'm waiting for that. You're exactly right, Casey. I saw the same thing.
He's gonna start texting people. Hey, listen.
You should have texted me before the show. Here's what I want you to say about De'Aaron. Someone's going to agree with me on this. And I just remember, especially when he was a rookie, I always even tell Dave, hey, whenever his hair was flying backwards, that fro was going back, you knew he was in go mode. But there wasn't. There were a lot of times where that hair wasn't going back like that. He wasn't, looking like that video game. So it's going to be a thing. I just think because his personality is such where he's not going to be out there going crazy. So it's going to drive people who watch him crazy.
You'll get there, Kenny. Good luck. Good luck on your venture, buddy.
Hey,
it's a 49ers Monday.
Cash App, hit the Venmo, and maybe next week I'll have something different to say. Like I thought about it, and you're right.
Jason goes, "Hey, I really want to come on the show today. I gotta amend one of my
I've been
answers
moved to say something different than I said the other day.
20, 40, 60. I feel differently about how I felt yesterday.
It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore, but you get more Kings talk here with D'Lo and KC and Jason Jones of The Athletic. You brought his name up there a moment ago. Buddy Hield. Not to be funny, because I didn't expect this, but the Lakers have to be killing themselves right now, aren't they?
They won't be, but I think a lot of us thought that would have been the perfect spot for Buddy and for them. It's because, God, they're hard to watch. I mean, as good as Russ can be, when you've got Russell Westbrook taking 3-pointers in the fourth quarter, it's just like, ugh.
Yeah.
It's just like, I understand why they would do that. Because, if you're, GM LeBron, do I want Buddy or do I want my buddy Russ? Give me Russ, and then, but that deal cost them a lot in terms of defense. I think that they can work on that, but you lose KCP, who was, probably a very underrated defender. You don't re-sign Caruso, Taylor Horton-Tucker. He's back at practice now, but you haven't had him all year. You get Avery Bradley back, that helps, but they're just hasn't been pretty for them, Just hasn't. They just sometimes they go through these stretches where they don't want to play defense.
Yeah.
And is Buddy working so well because of the bench role? Because he's having a great season so far.
I think so. I think the numbers bear out. He's a much better player off the bench. I know he doesn't like coming off the bench, but look at the numbers and his time in Sacramento. He's a much better player he's a much more efficient player as a bench player. And that's just kind of this is the way he works. And everyone I talk to around the league says the same thing. If Buddy Hield is coming off your bench, you might have a decent team. If you're playing Buddy Hield 35 minutes and starting him, it's probably not the best thing for you. But I think that bench role, ideally on any team, if you've got, like I said, Buddy Hield as your sixth man, I'll take that. His shots tend to be maybe a little bit better. I don't think you can maybe pair him with different guys, but you look at as a bench player under Dave Yeager, as a bench player under Luke Walton, the better Buddy is the Buddy off the bench.
Yeah. Another guy that we're starting to see kind of find his voice and kind of find the way that he wants to play and lead this team, I feel, is Tyrese Halliburton. He had a great fourth quarter last night in the loss against the Pacers. He was diming everything up on Friday night against Charlotte, and then Wednesday he had what a lot of people thought was his best game of the season against the Pelicans. Is he starting to find his groove? We talked about De'Aaron getting in the comfort zone of playing with Tyrese. On the flip side, is Tyrese seemingly starting to find his comfort zone with being the starting two guard and finding his spots to be aggressive on the offensive end? Because it sure seems like it.
Yeah, I think he's just going out there and just playing, not worried about who's the point, who's the lead guard. Just keep going out there and playing. And some of those drives reminded me of that guy, that nickname that I refuse to actually.
Oh yeah. Oh, you know what it is. Yeah. Little Magic.
He's had some magic-like moments with the way he drives to I can't call him Little Magic. I can't call him Little Magic.
Magic called him Little Magic.
Magic says a lot of things that he shouldn't say. And I love Magic, but I'm not going to go over everything he says. But I think you're starting – I think, like I said, all these guys are going to figure it out. There's a lot of smart guys on this team. They're going to figure it out. And I think you're starting to see Tyrese get more comfortable. Was the shot yesterday at the end probably what you wanted? I don't know, but he took the shot. And I think if you get guys who are willing to step up, I'd rather have too many guys who want to be in there in the big moment than not enough. And I think Tyrese is going to end up being a big moment type guy. So I like the way he's been playing overall lately. And I just think you got to get everybody to start doing it at the same time. Right now, it's like Harrison's off to a great start. De'Aaron's struggling. Then this guy gets better. The other guy doesn't. So I think if you get everyone going, I think they'll be fine. I think the more you see Tyrese handling the ball, I think that'll make De'Aaron better, similar to how a couple of years ago when Bogey was starting with him, and Bogey kind of said, let me run some things and let you get going. So I think they can kind of figure out that balance. I think Tyrese will keep playing well. He looks better defensively, which everyone expected he would after, a rookie season and some time in the weight room. So I really like what I see from him overall.
You mentioned defense. Is it time together, or the buzzword for the offseason, continuity, coaching, personnel? Like, the team is noticeably better defensively. They're not great. They're just below average. They're not awful. But they've shown signs of being better defensively, which is why I think they've been in the 5 games that they've lost. Is that a personnel thing? Is it Luke Walton? A combination of all the above?
It's a little bit of all. Part of it being you can't be any worse than they were last year. I mean,
that's statistically correct.
It'd almost be impossible to be worse. I do think definitely some of it's personnel, some of it's definitely coaching. I mean, last season they came in with the idea of having all these different schemes. They had to strip all that down. And I talked to some scouts around the league about what was going on. They're telling me stuff like, the stuff they're trying to run, those guys just can't do. They just can't do it. So they had to try to strip it down. By then, they were so bad, it didn't really matter what you ran. They couldn't guard anybody. But I do think, you add a Davion Mitchell, you add a mobile big like Alex to go behind Rashawn. You have Mo Harkless to start the year. I think Tyrese being better defensively helps. I think Buddy being better helps. They're not playing Marvin a lot, which also helps, because that was a big problem they had last year, was that teams would just pick on him. And there was no way to hide him. So I just think all those things together. So I guess that also goes to coaching, that you say, you know what? A year ago, when you're in a situation where you're saying we're going to play, Marvin, even if Bielitsa might be a better fit, this year there seems to be more focus on, we got to win games. We don't have time to wait around and play these games of, let's develop a guy, but also try to win. They're trying to win. So I think it all kind of works together, and definitely the personnel helps, because, I mean, last year I felt bad for my man Corey Joseph. He out there trying. He's trying, and he's got a bunch of guys looking at him like, "What are you doing?" Now you got to say Tyrese is a year older, And I think we really, I joked about it on Twitter after the Phoenix game. People thought I was, kind of laughing. I'm like, got to give Buddy a lot of credit, because Buddy went from unwatchable on defense. I mean, It was just embarrassing from time for Buddy on defense. And just to see the improvement, which you normally don't see from a guy his age. Normally a guy almost 30, he is what he is.
Yeah.
That's a testament to Buddy and his work ethic and his desire to say, you know what, if this is going to keep me on the court, I need to get better at it, because he also knows too, Luke will sit him.
Right.
Yeah, he's got options. He can say, hey, I can go Tyrese, Davion, De'Aaron, you're out the game. So I think, when you have a little more depth, the coach has a little more license to say, you know what? No, we're not going to do this tonight. So I think all that together helps. And like you said, they're a little below average, but with the way they can score most nights, if they were just not terrible, they'd make the play-in last year. I mean, if they just weren't historically terrible, they probably win 5-6 more games.
Yeah. Jason, I know you're going to keep it a stack. I know you're going to tell me if I'm jumping out the window with this one, but I kind of feel this way. I feel that if this particular Kings team, that I think is a very solid team, tough-minded team, tough physically, there's a great energy, great vibes around what's going on between the coaches and the player, all this other stuff. I think they're a good, solid team. If De'Aaron Fox gets in the vicinity of what we believe he is, he doesn't have to be 28 like he did last year at the end of the season, none of that. But if he's like 24 a night, 7-8 assists, I really believe that this team playing is the floor. I think this is a team that could be, I know 7 is still the play-in, but like be in that situation where it's like 6, 7 could make the outright playoffs right away. I'm really impressed by what I've seen this team do so far early in the season, but just the way they go about business. I think if De'Aaron showed up the way we thought he could, this could be a 6 seed type team. What you think?
I don't know if they get to 6. I think they can be in the mix. I think they can definitely be in the mix to where it's like they're not, scraping at 10, where you're saying, okay, they're in that 6 to 8 range. I don't think that's unforeseen or impossible. And I've been saying that since last season. I'm thinking they can crack the top 10. And if you see De'Aaron take off a little more, if Harrison continues to play the way he's played, I think they can definitely be in there because you're going to have injuries. Who knows how the Lakers are going to look, in a month or two. Who knows what the Clippers are going to do? There's going to be a lot going on. Yeah. So I definitely think they've got a shot at it if they can just, to me, stay committed to defending, because more nights than not they're going to score. But you just can't go out there and give up 120, 120. That streak last year was like 7-8 games of giving up 120 plus.
Oh man, how does that even happen?
I mean, you can't be a turnstile on a layup line out there, So I think if they can just defend at a halfway decent rate and continue to build on that, I'm not going to go 6 seed, but top 8 is definitely doable. But I think ask me around Christmas because teams like to fool you this time of year. Some of the older teams kind of ease into it. Some of these young guns jump out and look really good, and then by January we're talking about who's playing in the NCAA tournament with those guys. So I'm going to give it a little time. I really don't get too tied in till Christmas. So we got about 5 weeks of basketball or so before we really know, who's going to fit where. But I think I don't think the Kings are a terrible team at all. I really don't. I mean, when I watch them play, when I see how they interact, when I hear what the guys are saying, I don't think they're a bad team. Are they a 50-win team? No, but they definitely should not be at that bottom of the West where we're going, okay, we're counting down the days that are mathematically eliminated in March. That would be a disappointment for this team.
Very much so.
So 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore, but we're talking Kings here with Jason Jones of The Athletic. Do the Kings have an identity?
I think they're still crafting it.
Yeah.
I think they know what they want to be defensively, and it's just weird hearing them talking about their defensive identity because for years I'll be like, okay, well, what is it? Because we sure don't see it, but you're starting to see it now. I think it takes time, but I think part of it is the continuity. Some of these guys have been together 3-4 years now, so you know some of these guys now. This is your 3rd year with Rashawn. This is Buddy and De'Aaron's fourth year together at least.
Yeah.
So these guys all know. You're building some continuity. So I think they're starting to get an identity. I think offensively, we've all know what they want to be. They want to be up tempo, up and down the court, shoot a ton of threes, for better or worse. And sometimes it's for worse, but you know what they want to be offensively. The big question has always been, what are you trying to be defensively other than a turnstile?
Yeah.
And so I think you're starting to see that. I think Davion definitely helps with that because when you put Davion on the court, I know we talked about it at the opener, he doesn't die on screens. He, and a lot of the, just something minor like that just tells you about his level of effort. A lot of guys go out there, get screened, and go, okay, it's over. And I think when you have a guy out there doing that, you can't help but to say, you know what, we can't go out that. It can't go out like that. So I think you're starting to see the beginnings of a team that wants to be tough defensively. Alex Lynn helps that. Tristan Thompson helps that. So I think you're now that you've infused some of that veteran toughness into those young guys. It's starting, you're starting to see some of those guys, a guy like Tyrese is picking up on stuff. And like I said, it's crazy. But yeah, Davion has been a big part of that too, because I can't think of the last time I thought about a rookie and said, yeah, his impact on defense is really going to help the team.
Yeah.
Jason, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for jumping on as always. Thanks for the inspiration behind it.
It was a rough football day for both of us.
Football. What
Yeah.
what we even talking about? I ain't even
I
talking.
mean, I know my team took an L in New York, but yeah, y'all got beat by like they brought their preseason, game number 2 starting lineup out.
Right. Who the hell asked you, Jason?
Y'all were.
I didn't know Colt McCoy still played football.
Dude, that's wild. He has
I was
made
like, what's McCoy? Is that Colt McCoy? Isn't he
11 years. That dude's been in the league 11 years.
Didn't he play in his thing was he played in a national championship game and he hurt his shoulder and had to come out against it. Wasn't that him?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I honestly
long
did not
time
know
ago.
Colt McCoy was still around. I had no idea. I was like, Colt McCoy is still in the NFL.
The Cardinals didn't know he was still around.
They looked around and go, "Oh man, Kyler's hurt. Hey, who are you? Hey." They thought he was a quality control coach or something. They're like, "What are you doing in here?"
Hey, I'm Colt. I'm your quarterback.
Give me your clip. Here. Take this visor off, and here's a helmet. We need you to beat the Niners. They can't beat anybody right now.
Damn.
22 of 26, man. And y'all were in position. You had it. Y'all were right there to at least tie the game, but weird day in the NFL yesterday.
Yeah, weird day. But my high school and college, Deshaun, Long Beach Poly's in the building. All you need to just go deep, Deshaun. Take the top off the defense 2 or 3 times a game.
Hey man, speaking of your college, come on, man. Come on.
Hey man,
you letting Arizona do that, man.
I have no words. Even though I know half the team was in, I have no words. I haven't watched the full Cal football game since they lost to, where'd they go? Was it TCU who beat them?
Yeah, it was TCU.
I haven't watched it. I just can't. It just hurts. It really hurts. I'm like, to be getting text by the 2 Arizona grads I know, or the 3 of them. How did you lose to us? We don't care if you had walk-ons playing. We're terrible.
Damn.
I mean, to get that, I had. What do you say? I just had to hold the L. I couldn't say anything.
That's all you got. That's all you can do.
Well, at least you got Aaron Rodgers to represent Cal. So that's good.
Yeah.
Hey, he's from Chico. He's from Butte College.
My bad.
We have given him back to Butte. We have given Joe Rogan's friend to Butte College. Him and all his records are now with Butte. We don't. God. Yeah. We're going to assume he's part of the guys who didn't go to class.
There you go. That's a fair assessment.
Most of our guys go to class. Marshawn's not like that. No, clearly Aaron hung out with the wrong people because, God, that's a whole other conversation. But yeah.
Oh, that's a bad element. Aaron Rodgers hung around a bad element.
That's
Jason,
Joe Rogan's friend, not mine.
We appreciate you, bro. Thanks as always.
Take care, boy.
Jason Jones, The Athletic.
Yay, that man back to Chico. you know how ridiculous you have to be if you're one of the greatest quarterbacks ever, and they're like, "Yeah, we don't no more."
Nah, we're good. We appreciate you for being with us. We tried to laugh a bit today, even though yesterday kind of stunk. Kings lost, Raiders lost, 49ers lost. But the Kings have a chance to get one of them back, and it's against the Phoenix Suns tonight. Again, Phoenix on a 4-game winning streak. They haven't lost since Harrison Barnes' buzzer beater went in. So we'll see what tonight brings us, man. And no matter what it is, we'll be back here to recap it tomorrow at noon. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe button. If you never checked us out on YouTube before, it's a great chance to go do that. You can catch the Jason Jones interview by itself. You can catch the James Hamm conversation by itself. And most of all, you can be back with us tomorrow at noon here on a 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore, and you get more dealing with KC tomorrow on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings!
That was awful. Jesus. That was awful. Forcing reads in there. Oh, y'all still in here talking, huh? Dr. Rogan. Dr. Rogan, indeed. Oh, man. Oh, that's funny. AEW got a pay-per-view this weekend?
Damn, AEW. Maybe I didn't
even know.
They seem like they're struggling to build on that momentum. But WWE keeps getting rid of people, so they can just bring some of those people in. Good people too. BC, yeah, I appreciate that, man. Shout out to DJ Jesse T getting the beats as we come back into segments, man. Tell you when they play that Bobby Shmurda. Woo. Woo.
Full gear. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Crazy dog. Jay Hardaway, I see you up in here, man. He said he went to the Braves parade, man. Shout out to him. Going to that parade. Hey Jay, do you know one of the South Sac homies, Mike Will? He's been in Atlanta for a long time. I think he went to college there and just stayed. But yeah, he's out there, man. He's out there right now. Ironically enough, they have like this I've seen it a couple of times. They have like this California barbecue out in Atlanta for people who are from California. Like it's a big barbecue. And you're from California.
What is California barbecue though?
Just it's California because if you're from California, we're having a barbecue.
Okay. I got you. I heard that differently.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Nah. So like I've seen he's gone out a few different times. There's like a lot of people out there. A lot of people.
These fools are in here wrestling in the office.
They said, "Do you see outside? It's time to move."
Dude, that's for real. They get anxious and they come up here and start wrestling.
Hey, good knowledge, Nick. Yeah, it was the jump.
Was that protect your neck? Really?
Bobby.
Really?
Yeah. It's good knowledge by you.
That was the first song that popped in my head, and I was like, that ain't it. It's not protect your neck. Good call.
Yeah.
Yes. Aiton's out. He was ruled out yesterday.
No, Roddy. California. People that are from California attend the barbecue.
And that's delicious, Roddy. Don't be an asshole. Barbecue tofu is fat. Dude, what are y'all doing? They just closed the door and are sitting there looking at the door like, why is it closed? Like, you did that. You can open the door. Use your nose. You can open it.
They're like, yo, don't question me. You're an hour late.
These two are wild, man.
You're an hour late, Damien.
You're crazy.
What's it looking like outside?
Yeah, dude. That's the only good thing about it now is where I walk. I used to walk to a big empty field. Now I walk to like a park. Good thing now is nobody be there.
Last night I was out getting some shots up. I was like, I had to take Reese to a little birthday party. We got done at around 6 or so. Got some shots up, man. It was dark as hell outside. There's enough light on one side of the court where I can see the rim just fine, but it's still not like super light. It's crazy. Get rid of daylight saving. I'm tired of it. Although, like I said, I slept pretty damn good. Thorough.
I liked, was it yesterday? No, it was Saturday. It was like cloudy all day Saturday.
Mm-hmm. I was go outside on Saturday. I was inside
chilling
all day.
Yeah, I was chilling. I was like, this is it. I hit the fireplace. That was good. That was good. Yeah, I'll change hoodies before I go for the walk. Yeah, not in the domus anymore. I live around good people. There's family like 2 houses down. I didn't even know. I was like,
right there.
I was like, hey, hey.
What you doing over here? Yeah. What you doing over here?
Yeah. All right, man. We're gonna ride. We'll put a discount code up if the Kings win.
Yeah.
keep an eye out on that new merch. We got new merch dropping. Let me see. I don't want to say well, I just dropped some for this week. So, yep. Every week, new merch dropping, leading all the way until Wednesday, November 24th. Remember that. Wednesday, November 24th. That's going to be a good day over at DLoneKC.com.
Yeah. We got a little Black Friday action going on, D-Lo and KC.
I don't know if it's black. I don't know if it's Black Friday.
Oh, that's how you feel? Donnie? Oh.
Okay.
You see, I got mine.
Yeah, that's nice, dude. That came out so good. That came out so good. And you got the rare.
Yeah, man.
It's only 2 of those.
KC, man, come on, man.
Only 2 of those in the whole world. You got one, Miss P got one.
Buggy.
Even the new ones, like Donnie redid the thing at the bottom a little bit, man. It's dope. Man. I mean, I'm not saying it's not.
That blue go hard too, man.
Bro, wait till y'all see. Like some of the it's not just the hoodie. The whole line is it's dope. It's dope, man. Some would say it's a dope one.
Hey.
All right, y'all. You know what to do. DLoneKC.com. Be on the lookout. Kings win tonight. We'll do something fun over there. If not, we'll see y'all at noon, man. Hit the thumbs up. Love y'all.